is considered a workshop session of the City Commission. There will be no formal actions tonight. The purpose of this workshop is to participate in a discussion regarding the Birmingham Ice Sports Arena tonight. Will Alex please call the roll?
Mayor Boutros.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Long. Oh, sorry. Where are you located?
Birmingham, Michigan.
Mayor Pro Tem Long.
Here in Birmingham, Michigan.
Commissioner Baylor.
Here in Birmingham.
Commissioner Hoff.
Here in Birmingham.
Commissioner Host.
Here in Birmingham.
Commissioner Nikita.
Here in Birmingham, Michigan.
Commissioner Sherman.
Here, Birmingham, Michigan.
Thank you, Alex. With that, we go to our item number 3, which is presentation and discussion, and I'll let our city manager, which is Tom Marcus, give us some introduction.
Mr. Mayor, we missed the pledge, by the way.
I think we're going to do
What
that
was
for the
that,
regular
Commissioner?
meeting.
Oh, okay. It's on our agenda. Oh, it's not on our agenda. I'm sorry. My call. I'm looking at the wrong agenda.
Was he asking
Sorry.
about the pledge? I missed him. Yeah, no
Yes.
pledge tonight. No pledge yet.
Yeah.
You got it. Yeah.
Sorry, I apologize.
Sorry, Commissioner Nikita, I was having difficulty hearing what you were saying. Now you can hear me, right?
Oh,
Yeah, okay. I asked the same question before I started the meeting. So no pledge tonight. So until we get to our normal city commission meeting.
Thank you. I apologize.
You got it. Mr. Marcus, the floor is yours.
Okay, can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, good. So I'm kind of the official gatekeeper of the work session tonight, and I'll try and keep it moving. So I will try not to be abrupt or rude, but I will give you just ever so simple and gentle nudges when it's time to move on to the next issue. Our first workshop will provide an understanding of the ice arena accounting practices and address queries about sustainable facility improvements necessary at our 48-year-old ice arena. We've divided into 2 categories: explore the idea of an enterprise fund, review of the proposed improvements, and future of the Birmingham Ice Arena. How do we get here? The ice arena traditionally falls within the city park system, supported by the general fund, just like all other park amenities throughout the city, including the parks, trails, tennis courts, park site amenities, shelter, ball fields, and soccer fields. The one exception, of course, is the golf course, which is operated as an enterprise fund. The sports arena is a community asset, and quite frankly, we need to reinvest in this facility or probably plan on its demise. The ice arena goal is to become cost neutral. These are very expensive facilities to run, probably the highest cost per capita user. Regional and community, it's a regional and community venue for ice skating, hockey, lessons, open skates, events, etc., and possibly other events to raise money. The business model operationally is supported by users from within the community and from surrounding community members. So it's a regional, sub-regional type facility. Teams and groups book, rent ice time for usage, not necessarily driven by individual usage. Reinvesting in physical and mechanical improvements are underway to sustain the life of the ice arena, which includes significant ADA improvements, air quality improvements, and hopefully energy efficiency savings. Operational change is going from a 9-month type facility to a year-round operation. Updates will include opportunities for increased revenue and increased community access and use of the facility. Tonight, we'll hear presentations from 2 of our Plant Moran representatives. First is Timothy St. Andrew, and then Robert Stempian will speak. So I'll turn it over to Timothy St. Andrew at this point. Timothy.
Thank you, Tom. Good evening, commissioners. Lauren, will we have I assume everybody has a presentation, or will it be up on screen?
Sure. Do you want it? Do you have it, Tim, or do you want us to put it on?
If you have it, that would be great. I tend to have issues sharing on the Zoom platform.
I believe the commissioners received it as well.
Yeah, okay. I will proceed then. So as indicated by Tom and on the agenda, we will start the discussions today on enterprise fund accounting. And so I'll talk about what an enterprise fund is, when an enterprise fund can be used, some key considerations when determining whether an activity should be reported in an enterprise fund. And then Mark and I put together just a high level overview of the presentation differences between modified accrual financial statements, which with the ice arena currently being presented within the general fund, it would be on the modified accrual basis compared to the full accrual financial statements, which would be required under enterprise fund accounting. I know on the agenda, we do have some group discussion questions that we'll cover after I go through my slides here, but as I go through the material, if you have any questions, feel free to stop me along the way. I'd be happy to answer those. So on slide 4, we'll start with the basics here of what is an enterprise fund. And so here we have the GASB statement number 34 definition of an enterprise fund, and it's a pretty simple one. Enterprise funds may be used to report any activity for which a fee is charged to external users for goods and services. And so on the surface, it's pretty easy. Now there is some judgment involved in determining whether the fee charged makes up a significant portion of the fund's revenue. And on the next slide, we'll cover some of the criteria that would require the city to report this as an enterprise fund, but in most cases, the 3 criteria wouldn't be met. And so then GASB goes into and does leave flexibility on whether one can be used or not. And GASB does not give a set percentage. It just speaks to the fact that this user fee that we're talking about, these ice arena fees, just need to be a substantial portion of the total fund's revenue. And as a reminder, the city does currently report 4 enterprise funds. Those would be the water fund, sewer fund, parking fund, and the golf courses. So moving on to slide 5. Again, we have GASB 34 here that lays out when an enterprise fund must be used. And there are 3 criteria. Number 1 is that the activity is financed with debt that is secured by a pledge of the net revenues from fees and charges of the activity. And this would mean that if the city were to issue debt and pledge all of the ice arena fees towards that debt, it would qualify. In this case, we wouldn't meet that criteria. Number 2, laws or regulations require that the activity's cost of providing services be recovered with fees and charges. Again, this criteria wouldn't be met either. And then the last one is that management establishes fees and charges designed to recover its cost of providing services, including capital costs. And that would include depreciation and any debt service. Now, to date, this bullet point number 3 would not be met either because the general fund has at times had to subsidize some of the ice arena costs in operations. Now, again, these are the criteria that would require use of an enterprise fund. And so I think in the case of the ice arena here, you wouldn't be required to use it, but to date, the revenues have been substantial enough, I think, to allow for you to use an enterprise fund. So I think it would be allowable, and there's within GASB 34 various implementation guide Q&A that would cover if it makes up 60, 70, 80% of that fund's revenues. And then if you had to factor in any kind of general fund subsidy, and in those cases, the GASB would say it may be used. So I think you have an option here. Slide 6, we have the basis of accounting. And so as I mentioned before, enterprise funds use the accrual basis of accounting versus the modified accrual basis of accounting that the general fund would use. And what this essentially means is that the revenue is recorded when earned, expenses are recorded when a liability is incurred, regardless of the timing of related cash flows. And that last piece of that sentence is important, the timing of related cash flows, because this is really a huge difference between the full accrual and modified accrual basis of accounting. On the modified accrual basis of accounting, revenues would only be recorded if cash is received within 60 days of year end. And so there's also an availability criteria that would need to be met that doesn't exist on the full accrual basis. And then on the full accrual, any liabilities of a long-term nature would be included, whereas on the modified accrual basis, it's more of a short-term perspective, and those liabilities would not be included. And so if you were to look at the balance sheet, you would see long-term assets. So you would see capital assets, and then you would see those long-term liabilities, which typically would be debt and legacy cost, which would be the pension and retiree healthcare cost. Again, recorded on the full accrual basis, not on the modified accrual basis. And then other year-end reporting differences on the full accrual basis, there is more of a focus on operations. And so it would be segmented by operating income, operating expenses, and then non-operating expenses to really get a feel for the true revenue from operations and cost from operations. And then we would have a separate cash flow statement to present for the enterprise fund. Moving on to slide 7 here. Again, Mark put together a pretty simple comparison of the ice arena operations. Just trying to compare modified accrual to full accrual just to give you a taste for what it would look like. And as you can see in column 1, which is the modified accrual, there really isn't much here because it has been included with the general fund. Now this would, if you were to break it out, it would over time expand. It would have some cash, but with this, it's sitting in the general fund cash account. But you do have some accounts payable balances, accrued payroll balance. And really what I want to point out in column 1 would be at the very bottom, you have an unassigned fund deficit of $8,000. And then what we would need to do to get it from modified accrual to full accrual would be to convert, and that's what that middle column is for, our adjustments column. And we'd have to go through anything that would need to be recorded on the full accrual basis would go in the second column. And so if we were just to go top down, you'd see in the assets category, we have our fixed assets of $1.6 million. And then we have deferred pension costs, deferred OPEB cost, or compensated absent balances, which are our sick and vacation accruals. And then the net pension liability, net OPEB liability would make up the bulk of those adjustments. Any debt allocated to the ice arena would also appear here, but at this time we haven't included any debt liability or debt service cost. And really to get to column 3, all you need to do is add columns 1 and 2 together to get to that full accrual presentation. And what I would want to point out in that column would be at the bottom is that you do have, based on these numbers, you'd have a total net position of $1.3 million. Now that is comprised of 2 components, the first being the net investment of capital assets of $1.6 million. And then you'd actually have an unrestricted deficit of $280,000. And so as you can see, the presentation and the information presented is quite different between the 2 bases of accounting. And the bottom line result is certainly different as well, because you're adding in those long-term assets and those long-term liabilities that certainly change the perspective of the financial information. And moving on to the next slide, slide 8 here on the income statement, same idea, just trying to compare revenues and expenditures on the 2 different bases of accounting. And the adjustments column on the income statement would mainly include charges, changes in the long-term liabilities and depreciation. And so if you were to go through that, that's really what all of those are, is just balance sheet changes. Certainly, as we've talked before, the changes in the liabilities can fluctuate pretty significantly from year to year, especially with the legacy cost, because there's so many assumptions that the actuary has to make that it wouldn't be uncommon to have a significant increase in your expense in one year and then perhaps a decrease the next year, because as they change those assumptions and as the actual experience is compared to those assumptions, those liabilities are going to go up and down. Again, at the very bottom, what we're trying to do here is just to reconcile the $8,000 unassigned deficit to the $1.3 million total net position on the full accrual basis. And then the last slide for this section would just be some key considerations. And I'm sure there are more, but just some of the pros when deciding whether an enterprise fund should be used. One, it allows the city to see how well rates are covering cost. Again, with the enterprise fund, how the income statement would be presented is you would have operating income, operating expenses, which would include depreciation, to see how well operations are running financially. Number two, there would be some more transparency because this would be a separate column within the city's financial statements, and so it wouldn't be combined with the general fund. And then the last one, with the long-term assets and liabilities included in the financial statements, it would give the city that short-term and long-term perspective on the ice arena's financial condition. And then some of the cons or alternative options. Number one, it would be more administrative work for Mark and his team. You'd have to set up the system with the new fund, so you'd have the separate accounting. They'd have to work through separate cost allocations, budgeting, financial reporting would require some more work. Number two, the accounting for the activity, for the ice arena activity in an enterprise fund doesn't in itself impact operations at all. It really won't affect the profitability or how the ice arena is operated at all. It really is just an accounting treatment. Now, everything else that the city's doing with the ice arena will certainly impact operations and impact the financials, but just whether it's an enterprise fund or continues to be reported in the general fund really won't impact how the ice arena is operated at all. And then lastly, if transparency is the answer to the why do it, we've seen it be accomplished through other means. One mean being enhanced internal reporting. So whether it's monthly or quarterly, I think a package could be put together that would show the standalone ice arena activity, both on that short-term modified accrual basis and the full accrual if needed, just to show that long-term perspective of how the ice arena is doing. So with that, again, happy to answer any questions you have on the slides, or if we should go to the questions that are on the agenda and start off the group discussion. Happy to do that as well.
Is there any specific questions on the slides? We have a few minutes left in this allocation. Commissioner Hoff.
Do these figures that you've presented take into consideration the $5 million that we have already approved for renovations to the ice arena?
Commissioner Hoff, no, they don't.
Okay, these would be the figures of revenue and expenses after it's all in tip-top shape.
These would be what we're seeing on screen now, I believe, and Mark, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe these are as of June 30, 2020.
Mark, are you there?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, and so Mark and Tim, to the commissioner's question, it sounded to me like there was a bit of confusion. These do not include the debt service for the bonds that we're about to issue, and that would have to be shown as either a fund transfer to debt service or some other way to show it in an enterprise fund, correct?
Yes. So what if we were to include the debt? Yes. If you were to go, if we can go up one slide, we would show that debt. Now, assuming we haven't spent anything, you'd see the cash on here as well on the balance sheet, and then within the liabilities, you would have the long-term debt. And then each year that you pay off the debt, you'd have the liability being reduced, and then on the income statement, the interest expense being paid. And then as you incur those fees and you make those improvements, you'd see the cash balance come down. That capital asset balance, the long-term asset, would then continue to grow throughout the project.
Commissioner Nikita, I saw your hand up.
Well, I had the same question. I guess I could expand on it a little bit because it was exactly the same question that Commissioner Hoff had. You know, I think our fundamental goal here is to understand how much and I think what you're presenting here is this idea of how much the monthly or yearly costs are and how much revenue is coming in. But in any type of development, you have to factor in the entire cost and then differentiate it, break it down over the period of time. So, you do a development, you got to talk about land costs, you talk about the actual investment and then the construction and then how much you're going to gain in whatever revenue return on investment. So for us to really evaluate the understanding of what the taxpayers are paying for and what we're getting for it in return is really to factor in at least over a period of time. So how would you typically do that? Somehow we have to incorporate the $5 million investment. And I know that there will likely be an increase in potentially revenue depending on how we address that. But the bottom line is how do we, that's a huge miss that's not in here. I'm not saying you missed it. I'm saying it's not in the presentation. So how is it best to incorporate that over a period of time, over so many years? Are we looking at a differentiation? I mean, how would you incorporate that? And I think that's important for us to understand exactly the costs that we're dealing with for this facility and the pro and con of it all. So I guess I ask you, how can we get that information in the most proper way?
Yeah, Commissioner Nikita, so for this slide, for what I just talked about, and I agree with you, by the way, but this would just be to try to show from an enterprise standpoint what it would look like going from modified to full. But I think to answer your question, that would be, and Tom or Lauren or Robert, it would be creating a pro forma. And so on day one, it would be pretty easy because we know what the debt is, we know what the costs are. So I think that'd be easy to map out. It's the future revenues and the future cost savings as part of this would be included in that pro forma.
I kind of like to chime in a little bit too. And I think that there's a philosophy debate that's going on inherent in this discussion. And that is, if I think your background, Commissioner Nikita, is the private sector. And so you look at these things from a pro forma standpoint to attribute all the cost associated with an investment. And we can do that, but the distinction we're trying to draw is between an enterprise fund and those activities that occur within the general fund. Now, not just the ice arena, but several other things that we delineated earlier in the conversation are paid for out of the general fund, including the debt service for this ice arena and other things. And the emphasis has been to try, I think, compare this to the golf course activities, where you do look at these things in a much more detailed and comprehensive approach. But philosophically, government, despite some pleas to make government run like a business, taxes pay for a lot of these things, and we do not have the capacity to charge fees to cover all the costs that are associated with an enterprise approach to running this ice arena. Again, these have some of the highest costs per capita user in the area of recreation. And then they vary probably downward with the other uses. But I think that there's a bit of a misperception that all of a sudden with showing this as an enterprise fund, this is going to result in a higher rate of revenue to offset those per capita costs. And you can do that with an enterprise fund or without. And you can show what the contribution is operationally, but also through depreciation and the capital investment that you make. You can do that. I don't think you necessarily need an enterprise fund to do that. Tim, I'd ask you to chime in.
No, I would agree. And I think you have the option to, so it's not required though, but I think there's a reason why I'd say less than 20% of communities would present ice arenas as enterprise funds, because it is more work and typically they don't pay for themselves. And so there would be that subsidy. But I think you could get that transparency, whether it's through an enterprise fund or not. I think you could find the mechanism for doing so.
So let's move into that next stage and start asking the commission to engage amongst themselves a little bit more about the specific questions. I'll remind you, the questions were, what are you hoping to accomplish with the BIA in regards to accounting and finances? What are your expectations of the BIA's financial reporting? And how do you think an enterprise fund will necessarily help us reach our goals? And you can take any of those questions or all of them together as far as I'm concerned, but this is the time for the commission to engage in that conversation. The real purpose of the work session. Who wants to go first?
Commissioner Bauer?
I don't see his hand, I'm sorry.
Who? Commissioner Bauer.
Wait a minute.
Oh, Commissioner Bauer, go ahead. Because we have still the shared screen. If we can take that, we don't need the shared screen so we can see the commissioner. Here we go.
There we go.
Yeah,
Yeah, Commissioner Bauer, go ahead.
yes. City Manager Marcus, very good points about the difference between governmental accounting and business accounting. And I'm coming from a business background as well, where we deal in balance sheets and P&Ls and cash flow statements. I think what I'm looking for, I don't think the balance sheet is ever gonna give us the kind, I don't think there's a lot of value in a balance sheet. But I do think there's value in an income statement or a P&L. And I think we've seen the experience with the golf courses. Frankly, I don't care whether you do it as an enterprise fund or you somehow otherwise break it out. But what we get when we pay attention to those numbers is, I think, better, more efficient operations. We do get an attention to, to making a few bucks here and there, to offsetting, to knowing exactly what the subsidy is. I don't think anybody here, well, I won't speak for anybody but myself. I don't mind that the city subsidizes the ice arena. I just want to know how much it costs us. And more important, really, than that is motivating the managers of the ice arena to operate it in a way where they, as much as possible, minimize the subsidy. That's where I'm coming from on this. I would add one other thing. I don't know whether anyone meant to express this when we conceived this workshop. And forgive me if I'm misinterpreting, and I don't want to misinterpret. I think it's important to sort of go back to the beginning and make sure that everybody's on board with moving forward with the ice arena, because you mentioned it yourself, Mr. Marcus, that the alternative is the demise of the arena, and there may not be anybody in this session who believes that. If they do, if there's somebody here who thinks that the ice arena ought to meet a demise, they should say so, and we should discuss that, because everything else is moot. I know there are probably people in the community who believe that that's what we ought to do, and they would deserve a voice as well. But I think we need to get past that and make sure that we're all on the same page, that we want to see this thing survive and thrive and provide the service that it's been providing for many years to the community. Or if we don't, let's just pull the plug on it.
Let's get somebody else into the conversation. Trees.
Thank you. I agree, having been on the Parks and Rec board for over a decade, that the following the costs for the golf courses taught us a lot of things about how costs were allocated to the courses that belonged to them, that didn't belong to them, and made it clear that the momentum we needed to overhaul the way we were running them and advertising them would be worth it if we could reduce the subsidy that the city needed to pay for the golf courses. And it's been a successful effort. And I think that we're engaging in the same kind of thinking about the ice arena. But I also agree that, that this is not business and it is not private enterprise. The ice arena is a recreational amenity that is beloved by many in our community. 70% of the voters who voted for the park bond voted for its renovation rather than for its demise. And we don't walk around asking for P&Ls when we're looking at renovating Booth or Barnum or Shane and saying that these have to have enterprise funds that show liabilities for employee retirement and sick days. We say these are amenities that benefit the city. We need to run them as cost effectively as possible. That may not be possible in every month of every year, but to remember that this is one of the reasons people want to live in Birmingham, and to not treat it so differently that it would be more likely for commissioners to think that it should fail rather than to be incredibly profitable. We're not here to make it incredibly profitable. We just wanted to minimize the subsidy, as Commissioner Baller said, as much as possible, and to move forward with the renovation, to have the opportunity to improve the way that we can make it useful to the community and generate revenue. So the method of accounting, whether it's enterprise or not enterprise, is less important than having good enough data to see whether our efforts are fruitful about improving revenue.
Other commissioners' comments? Brad?
I agree with everything that's been said, and I just fall on the fact that by making it an enterprise fund, we are more likely to be thinking in the way private businesses do, and as such, I think that would be good for the community. Mr. St. Andrews mentioned a few times transparency, and I think the best way to be transparent is to have this as a P&L and a private enterprise fund with depreciation, etc. Because everybody who's a taxpayer, chances are, is in private business. And it will not only look good, but it will incentivize the whole operation to attempt to be a positive cash flow.
Commissioner Sherman, I saw your hand up.
Yeah, looking at this, I don't think it really matters if this is an enterprise fund or it's if we get additional enhanced internal reporting. This operation is going to be cash flow negative no matter how we deal with it. It's a nature of the beast. Talking with some of the other operators of ice arenas, they're also looking at bringing in third parties to run them instead of running them themselves, and renting out their facilities to that third party and letting them just run with it. Kind of like what we did with the tennis bubble, where we have a third party that leases a space from us and they rent it out. We get our rent and they're responsible for the operations. But I think we need to do a deep dive analysis of where we think the ice arena is going down the road, uses, and make a decision as to which direction we should go with this. Clearly, we have to do the improvements that are necessary to keep it in existence, the maintaining the ice and things like that. As far as additional improvements, I think that's something that we probably need to have the study done as to what we're going to see this ice arena doing in the future versus just pouring money into it and then saying, hey, let's see what happens.
Commissioner Nikita.
Yeah, I just want to follow back up. I mean, Tom, Mr. Marcus, your comment about my experiences in the private sector, absolutely. I have a lot of experience in the private sector, but I also have 25 years of experience in the public sector. And, going back to, I think, Commissioner Hoff's comment, and my initial comment is our job and our role with the city is making sure that we are making the best decisions for the betterment of the enhancement of the assets that we have in the most financially acceptable and effective way. The issue I think that I initially brought up was the idea that for us to evaluate what it really is doing, we need to have a full understanding of the costs. And the $5 million has to be factored into that discussion. I absolutely understand fully, since I've been part of the development of the golf courses and the revision of the golf courses, which has now been quite successful, I think, compared to where it was when we first started looking at it, and the understanding of every park that we invest in and tennis court. I don't think any of us are even close to expecting them to make money. That's not the intent. It's all about sort of the balance and the understanding of the cost per the value to the community. And so when I look at the costs of this facility, which is considerably more than I think any other public enhancement that we have in our Parks and Rec system by a significant amount, relative to the users of our community that actually utilize it, I think we have to understand fully what it is that, in this case, relative to all of our other multiple parks and other assets that we have, in this case, how much is it costing us? And I'm not suggesting we need to get rid of it, but I'm suggesting we do everything we can to diminish the burden on the community for the value that it brings. And I think that means taking a serious look at how much it costs us, where we want it to go, and ultimately other options as to how it's being run. We're looking at expanding it year round. We're looking at naming rights. Those are great things. But I think we also have to consider other ways that other communities deal with their facilities of a similar sort. And maybe there's other aspects of incorporating in some type of management system that's beyond what we've done, and those kinds of things. And I'm open to all of that. But I don't think we can evaluate this properly if we don't have in front of us the full costs of what we're dealing with. And that's why I think factoring this investment to bring it up to the level that we think is most profitable is a key component of this discussion.
Okay, we're getting close to jumping into the next category, but I want to mention to you that there may be other ways to present the cost information with the annual budget document that is not necessarily in an enterprise fund. Having grown up in Minnesota, where there's an ice arena in every little town, the standard, quite frankly, is that they pay, that the objective is to get them to pay the operational costs. And I would bet that's the case here in Michigan as well. The depreciation, the debt service, those are typically way out of reach for an ice arena to achieve. And you can show all that through an enterprise fund, or you can show all that using the same tools we have, but expanding those tools to identify the debt service in the ice arena accounts within our budget document on an annual basis. So I think that there's options there, and we're not making those decisions tonight. We're just trying to kick around these issues. So with that and the concurrence of the commission, I would like to move on to section B, which is a review of the proposed improvements and future of the BIA. And Mr. Stempian from Plant Moran Cressa will be speaking to that issue. Robert?
Thank you, Tom. Carrie, can you bring up the PowerPoint presentation? Okay, next slide. Oh, I'm missing some text. Well, this particular slide had a overview of where we've been and where we're going. I'm sure that your printed out information has this this document, but just want to let you know that we've met with the Parks and Rec board to discuss this ice arena, and also the Architectural Review Committee just this week, or last week, I'm sorry. And what we have going forward is an RFP that's going to be submitted out for in bidding for a general contractor engagement. So that's forthcoming, coming up this Wednesday. So in your packet, you'll see a timeline of events. This is a very fast-track project. So we're trying to meet our marks going forward. Next slide, please. This is just an overview of the renovations. The blue areas are expansions to the ice arena, heavy renovations, and then the pink areas are also internal renovations slated for the ice arena. You can see in the upper left-hand corner the locker room expansions with a referee and 4 locker rooms and a supplementary 5th locker room. We have from left to right, we have new mechanical equipment being put into the mechanical room. Actually, it's the footprint's a bit larger than what currently exists there. So we had to move some walls around to accommodate that need. The upper right-hand corner is the new party room location, an extensive lobby renovation. All the finishes in that particular area have been in existence since the building was built, except for the flooring, which is actually several decades old now. We also have new player benches for this facility to meet ADA requirements, reconfigured bleachers, and providing rink storage being displaced with the locker room remodels. Next slide. This is just some elevations, just to give you some idea of the expansion for the party room on the right-hand side in the upper photo elevation of the front. And then on the back side of the building on the west elevation, there's a locker room expansion, which is basically a rectangular box being put onto the facility with the brick to match existing. Next slide. Involved with this project are some major ADA upgrades. Of course, when this was built in 1973, they really didn't have a lot of ADA requirements at that time. We're looking at redoing the locker room, toilet rooms, handicap accessible shower fixtures, new player benches, so that if someone, coach or timekeeper, was wheelchair bound, they could actually access the player benches and the timekeeper's box. Also, the accessible route, which is probably about less than 30 inches between the player benches and the columns currently, which doesn't meet egress requirements or ADA requirements. Looking at concession furniture to meet ADA requirements, the concession stand countertop to have a lower transaction height, locker room door openings that don't meet ADA, currently drinking fountains as well, and also changing out the hardware on all the doors. So we're missing some text here, but this kind of shows extended ice rental season, some of the revenue sources for the extended season. Commissioner Ballard, pointed out minimizing the subsidy for this arena and extending the season out for another 4 months. There's great interest of summer hockey programs, figure skating programs. We heard from the Birmingham Unified Hockey Team said that they would gladly rent the ice during that 4 months, as well as the Birmingham Hockey Association. Next slide. There's also potential with having this party room, which is off of the studio rink, to host events like birthday parties, team events, community rental, curling events. And this is just an example of what other rinks have provided as far as different levels of rental associated with the ice arena, whether it's hosting a party, a birthday party combined with skate rental or hockey rental with that particular event. Next slide. Another thing that we like to incorporate into this renovation is something that's called Live Barn. It's a streaming service to record the action on the ice. So if a parent can't make their son's or daughter's game, they could pull this up on their iPad or laptop and actually view the game live through Live Barn. This is a service that There isn't a installation cost for the cameras or installation monitors. You also get, I believe, 30% of the subscription for your patrons who use an access code provided at the ice arena. Next slide. There's also opportunity for women's leagues that currently don't exist at this ice arena. There's a lot of women's leagues in the area. I know of one at Royal Oak. I believe there's one at the Detroit Skating Club and a few other locations. But this is something that, as we talk about, minimizing the subsidy, that could be explored for the Birmingham Ice Arena. Next slide. Also, we talked about the potential revenue for the BU hockey program with the leasing of their dedicated locker room. Also, I believe they rent office space in the main lobby as well. Next slide. And also, this is naming rights is another idea that I came across. This particular advertisement for naming rights for an ice arena. It's based on a certain time duration and certain advertising, I guess, characteristics for each level. One being the rink naming rights for a 10-year commitment. There's also a different level for banner advertising in the ice arena, and also player bench and scoreboard advertising. So these are just some ideas of some additional revenue that could be captured, not specifically to an extended season, but something that should be explored for this ice arena. And I believe that's the end of my slides. So if there's any questions, I'm open to.
The essential questions that we were trying to address with, what do you think is the most powerful impact improvement at coming to the Birmingham Ice Arena? What do you see as the biggest problem with the BIA? In what ways can you see the BIA evolving into a more inclusive environment for people of all ages, abilities, interests, and needs that invites cultural experiences? And what efforts could be made now to plan for future services, improvements, and programming for the BIA? So who wants to jump in? Clint.
Yeah, I don't have any super great ideas, but I think promotion is key. So as we do develop ideas like these parties and things of that nature, we need to make sure we promote them, make sure everybody knows about them. They should be in the calendar, they should be on social media, and we should make a big deal of the fact that we're improving it. And whatever we can do, we're not. I've always been a proponent of putting a banner across Maple, near the Starbucks to announce our parades and everything. And wouldn't it be great to have a banner saying, hey, the ice arena is done. Join us for the ribbon cutting, or make your plans for a birthday party. So, and I think it's probably out of reach, but the bigger, the better. If this thing were twice the size and had 2 full-size rinks, I think they, we'd do a lot better with it. But.
Other thoughts and ideas? Trees.
So on Parks and Rec, we spent a lot of time studying the ice arena, and we've looked at the improvements that needed to be made. And Plant Moran Cressa did do a very thorough study that, if you'll recall, was presented at Long Range Plan that gave 3 options. One which was demolishing and rebuilding. One was 2 full sheets of ice. And then the third option is the one we've settled on, because 2 full sheets of ice requires us to relocate a lot of other amenities at Kenning Park, which we're not interested in doing. But the main things that are important currently are the HVAC upgrades, the locker room expansions, which we've heard from all of the teams are really incredibly important for them to be able to function, to be able to bring in outside league play and tournaments, and then the year-round use, because we've heard that we are currently losing leagues that don't want to have to move mid-season, who want to play year round. And so if we can operate year round, we're going to have that revenue. And I think we will. We've learned from the golf courses how to publicize. When Jackie Brito and her team came in, she spent a lot of time reaching out to leagues and stakeholders, going to golf shows, and working with vendors and making sure that everybody knew about the asset we had in Birmingham. And she has turned around the finances of the golf courses by doing that kind of outreach to the business community, to the golfing community. And I believe that we have a lot of people in the hockey community and the figure skating community, because we don't want to leave them in the ice show out, that will be interested in the fact that our rink will be a much better, much more functional experience after these improvements. And of course, all the ADA compliance, which is a necessity.
Well, Racklin.
Well, I think this workshop is very well organized and structured, and it's very good discussion. But in my opinion, this is the workshop we should have had before we made the decision to move forward on the improvement of the ice arena. I feel that that is past. We are at the process now where Mr. Stempian said that on Wednesday, an RFP is going out for a designer. Is a designer, or what was the RFP for?
General contractor.
General contractor. Okay, so we're past that step. We're moving forward on this, and I think there are lots of good ideas here. I wish we would have done this. It's all over with now, but I wish we would have done this previously, so we would have had an opportunity to discuss these different options, just as it was 3 years ago when Mr. Stempian first presented the options. Well, the commission never had an opportunity to discuss the options. And so we're moving forward now, and we're at the point where we are hiring a general contractor. And so I think that there's not much more. There are lots of ideas for promotion and for increased revenue. But I personally am missing a big component that I said previously, and then we did, and that is the citizen input. And I know that Commissioner Long has heard the citizen input, because she is one of the 7 commissioners that was on the Parks and Rec Board. But the other 6 of us have not been on the Parks and Rec Board and have not heard that. At the last meeting that this came up, we did have 2 gentlemen who are involved in the hockey league step forward, and I appreciated their comments, and that certainly influenced my vote that night. But as far as the workshop, what we're discussing tonight, I feel that it's all after what the decision has been made. We're moving forward with the ice arena, and now we have to do whatever we can to promote it, to enhance it, to increase the revenue. That's the point, in my opinion, that we're at now.
Okay, other comments? Mayor Boutros.
Oh, I just had a question. Is Ms. Wood with us?
Yes, she is.
Yeah, Lauren.
Yes, Mayor, good evening.
Good evening to you too. How many employees currently we have just dedicated to the ice arena?
Well, it is seasonal. We have 1 full-time. Well, Carrie Laird oversees the ice arena operation. She's our Parks Recreation Manager. And then we
Correct.
have Connie Folk, our Recreation Coordinator, who's housed out of the arena, but also is our Parks and Rec division. And then the rest, Mayor, are all seasonal employees. And that varies. You know, we could have 4 or 5 Zamboni and maintenance staff. We have concession staff, ticket sales. So it varies and it fluctuates. And then we hire our skating instructors, if you remember, for our Learn to Skate programs. We contract with those skaters, and that could be anywhere upwards to 15, 16 instructors. So it's very diverse, Mayor.
Lauren, you didn't say with the full-time employees, but some of them aren't 100%. You charge a certain percentage of their time, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah, the reason of my question to you, Ms. Wood, I appreciate your answer, is the idea that Commissioner Sherman had through. I think I'm not sure how it would impact our employees by looking at a third party to run the. I want to hear it from Carrie or you. What are your thoughts on it? Like, how would you foresee this? Because I'm not very familiar myself with other communities. Had they used third party to run their, and are they profitable, or if not profitable, at least are they generating enough revenue to offset the expenses that we're afraid of? That's what we're looking at, return on investment. I do believe it's a great amenity for our community. I do believe if we enhance our ice arena is a good thing to do for the community, and for others, for visitors. But I want to understand that from either Mr. Stampian or from you, from how do you foresee this when a third party run the ice arena?
Well, I'll take a first stab at it if I can.
Yeah,
You know, it's not uncommon, of course. We thought about that several years ago as we're reevaluating our operations, as I did with golf and looking at arena. I came from a community who had a third-party manager company. Mount Clemens has an ice arena that was operated by someone other than the city. And I think when you do that, the city primarily washes their hands of it, enters into an agreement, you know, gets a monthly lease amount, and you're not providing that as a community asset or amenity anymore. And so it just, I guess it's a big decision. It's our Parks and Recreation division. And I think with this addition that we're going to do and some opportunity for enhanced revenue, we're also going to make improvements significantly to, or at least we have plans to have more community access. The senior housing down the street on Lincoln, other locations, you know, next partnerships with various groups that we could have access. They don't have to come in to skate. We're going to have a potential facility with a couple rooms, party rooms, meeting rooms, cards. A concession could be expanded. I encourage people to go drop into the golf course and have lunch or dinner. That's what we're going to do at the arena as well, and utilize these facilities. So I think that's something we can look into more. I don't know if Robert has any other insight on the outside operation, Robert?
Yeah, there are third-party management companies out there. I know there's one for Royal Oak. You mentioned Mount Clemens, also Farmington Hills, one of their ice arenas. But you do lose that internal control. The way that they approach the projects is that they are expected to bring in a certain amount of revenue to offset expenses, and any revenue above a certain level, they get like a 20 or 30% cut on that. So they're motivated, of course, to look at additional revenue streams for the arena, but you do lose some of that internal control of your asset.
I think the bottom line is that it depends on the scope of work that you define as to how it would be operated, who the users would be. If you turn it over entirely to private and have a very wide open scope of work, the private operator could lease to whoever they chose to, which could potentially cut out your residents and the teams that are locally organized from the use of the facility. So you'd probably want to protect that. And I think that was one of the points that Lauren is trying to get to, is that the community use could be severely impacted depending on how that scope of work was defined. The higher probably the rate of return that you were trying to achieve, the more open the scope of work would be. The more restrictive the scope of work in terms of protecting your residential use, you'd probably start to impair the amount of revenue that you would be receiving, because it reduces the amount or the scope of the number of clients that they can attract, because you're trying to restrict some of it locally for the benefit of the community, which is kind of why you're in the business to begin with. So I think all of those things take part into that kind of decision.
That was really my intent of the question, to understand, as we're having a healthy discussion tonight, for the pros versus cons, and what would that be? And you hit on a very major point, Mr. Marcus. I appreciate you and Mr. Stampion here too. Lorena and Carrie, I hope to continue shining with the ice arena, but I see Commissioner Nikita's hand. Go ahead.
Yeah, I want to follow up on process and to City Manager Marcus's comments. I think that this is really I think a question of where do we go
Sure.
from here, and a matter of, I think, Mr. Marcus's comments are very well taken. I think we have a series of goals, and there's a series of options that are being presented and have been presented tonight. And I'm sure this is, as most of these things, what was done 10 years ago or 20 years ago may not be what's done today. These things are very quickly evolving, often to find new hybrid ways of dealing with a lot of the demands and interests of community, revenue, and all the above. So I guess the question is, what is the process in evaluating some of these opportunities? And some of the things have been presented here today, which I think are great starts for consideration. Also the consideration of the evaluation of how and if a private sector condition makes any sense. And is there a hybrid today which can include the experience and the depth of a private sector group with the interests of the community integrated? And I don't know that, but these are all questions I think that we would like to, I would like to evaluate before we make a call on the best way to move forward on this.
Yeah, and as you're talking, I'm kind of thinking through how we would move forward. And I think some of the issues that are fairly one choice or the other is this idea of an enterprise fund versus some other exposure to some of the accounting costs and how we would present those. So we'd give you options, and ultimately we need to get direction from the commission on that. So we will return with that kind of a recommendation. My presumption is, based on the question that Commissioner Baller asked, he didn't really get any response. And I think that was a follow-up from Commissioner Hoff, that maybe this discussion should have taken place a long time ago. The reality is it didn't. And I think we are where we are. And so my presumption is we're moving forward with the improvements to this ice arena. I think the objective, though, on how we best run it, which is different than an enterprise fund question versus a non-enterprise fund question, how we manage it, how we operate it, I think we still need to rely on our Park and Rec board on that. But I think what I would suggest is that we give you a list of questions that need to be sent to the Park and Rec board for their deliberation, because clearly this isn't something that you're going to spend the time on, at least not in my way of thinking, and that they could come back and working with staff and consultants as to the idea of privatization, as to the idea of other ways we can talk about it. When you talk about culture, I don't know if the curling idea got mentioned, but that's something that we are pursuing. And there's other things in that list of potential ways to raise funds. The fact of the matter is we do need to do a better job of marketing this facility. Having said all that, I'm pretty confident that you're going to be investing general fund money in this going forward. There's no doubt in my mind. This is, you could have a Jackie squared try to run this, and she would not have the same success with this facility that she did with the golf course operations. The other thing that drives rates is the market. And unlike the water and sewer funds, the costs get down to the rates. The costs don't get down to the rates when you're running a hockey rink, not even necessarily like golf courses. We've got enough control on our expenses in the golf courses to break even on those operations. The market won't support the kind of rates you would need to charge here. So we just need to expand the use of it, maximize the use of that facility to get closer to achieving the best return we can on the investment we're making in that facility. So all of those things kind of need to come back to the commission at a business meeting And at that business meeting, we would hope that you would be able to make some decisions and give some direction for us to move forward on that. That was the point of this work session. With that, we do have some time allotted for public comment. And at this point, I would ask that the public comment be opened and we raise hands, and hopefully we can identify who has public comment and we can invite them to come. And if anybody sees hands, is that okay? Ann Lip, please comment.
Hi, I am a alternate member on the Parks and Rec Board, but I have lived in Birmingham since I was born. I left to go to college and law school, and that's about it. I'm so excited about this ice arena. I know my neighbors are excited, even the ones, I have a skating background, but even my neighbors and friends who don't are excited to see this happen. I think that expanding the opportunities for ice over the summer is going to be great. From my experience in the Parks and Rec Board, we've heard a lot from the community about how excited they are to see this happen, how they're really pushing us to get it done as fast as possible. And I think you'll hear from a couple of them later tonight. And I just want to, in general, register my support, and thank you for considering it and for putting this forward.
Thanks, Ann. Other comments? Seeing no other comments, I believe the meeting is ready to be adjourned, Mayor, and we'll have a little break before we start our regular meeting. Hold on a second. Gary Petrovitz is weighed in late. Gary, nice to hear your name again.
Thanks, Tom. Can you hear me, Tom?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Appreciate it. I just wanted to briefly, before you signed off here, I'm representing the Birmingham Hockey Association and Birmingham Unified, and we've been involved with this for, I've mentioned, you may have heard me, for over 5 years working on this with the city, and it's pretty exciting. And using a word from the Parks and Rec Board, one of them said there's a lot of passion in this community for this facility, and I think that I appreciate Mr. Marcus how you put that. I think you summarized it better than I could have said it, and writing it down for spending hours doing it. It was well said. This is a facility that a lot of people, I think, may not know they use it, but I think a lot more people use this than you think. And this is a real important asset to this area, and it shows well on the community when people come in to see this facility and and how it's being used. And what you're going to do to it, it's only going to make it look that much better now. And I think you draw a lot of attention when you talk about people want to move to the city and things. I think these are assets. When they come in, they go, this is a city I want to be involved with. So I just want to say thank you for all your support and help through this. And we look forward to an awesome new arena here in the fall. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary. I see we're getting some interest. Robert Runco.
Yes, Robert Runco here, 1556 Lakeside Drive. Also want to, thank all you guys for, moving forward with this. Obviously, it's been many years trying to get this in progress. We've been working with the planning board and helping them with some decisions and educating them on, obviously, the needs. So basically, our board, being the president of the Birmingham Hockey Association, we represent over 400 families that are, obviously have kids skating here. Figure skating team, obviously we've got a vast group there. And obviously, as you heard from Gary, the high school team, and Gary and I have worked together for quite some time. Basically, just want to reiterate to you guys that, this is something that's desperately needed. And I just want to let you guys know, because I hear all this occupancy and demand and whatnot, just so you guys are aware, the Birmingham Hockey Association has far exceeded, the capacity that the Birmingham rink has, to the tune where currently BHA is buying 14 hour-and-a-half ice blocks at Cranbrook throughout the fall season. And then during the spring season, typically when Birmingham's arena closes, we're buying another 12 hour-and-a-half ice blocks. And then in the summer, we buy another 12 ice blocks there. So you talk about, missed revenue and, potential revenue there. There is going to be, some significant opportunities for obviously more revenue there as well. So the new system, and obviously the hard work from Robert Stimpian, and obviously the planning board, and all you guys for listening to all of us for all this time. So just want to reiterate, thank you. Obviously it's a great demand. Personally, I skate there as well. So looking forward to it and want to say thank you.
Thanks, Robert. Any other public comments? Okay, we're going to cut it off so our commissioners can have a little break before they start their regular meeting. So Mayor, call on you to adjourn the meeting.
Yes, if just one sentence before I adjourn. Mr. Ronco and Gary, I'd like, I see your passion for the hockey industry, but I'd like your involvement more now since we're in the process of renovation, is to give us your ideas, comments, keep the door open with Gary, with Ms. Wood. I think your input as the expert in the ice arena world and representing those 400 plus families in our community, your feedback is very important to us. That's all. I appreciate your comments tonight. We're past that stage that you're convincing us that ice arena is a great asset to the community. We all do believe so. I just want you to put your feet forward now and think wear the hat of how can I give some ideas to our lovely Birmingham Ice Arena people and the staff to do better, because we want to do better. That's just my comment, and I appreciate you coming on tonight. Gary, you want to say something? Mr. Petrowitz?
Just to tack on that, yeah, your staff is absolutely, the city staff's wonderful, and Robert Stumpian has been great. We've been working with them all along during this process. So they've been taking feedback from us and a lot of the other users of that facility. They're not doing this on their own, and they've looked to a lot of input, and they've been taking a lot of great input. And I think there's a lot of great changes have been made through the process to make this even better. So I think that input's been there all along, and we're going to keep giving it to you, and we're going to be there the whole way through. So thank you.
We appreciate you. Thank you so much. With that, I'd like to adjourn our workshop session meeting, and we'll see you in 15 minutes. F. I don't see the rest of the commissioners. I have 1, 2, 3, 4. Commissioner Sherman is, oh, here he is. Are we, and Commissioner Hoff. Can you hear me, Alex? Guys, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, good, good. Should give it a second for Commissioner Hoff. I think Commissioner Hoff, are you there? Here she is. Awesome, thank you. All right, I'd like to call the Birmingham City Commission of March 8, 2021 to order. Please join me in standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Boutros,
Here in Birmingham, Michigan.
Mayor Pro Tem Long,
Here in Birmingham, Michigan.
Commissioner Baylor,
He's muted.
Here in Birmingham, Michigan.
Commissioner Hoff,
Here in Birmingham.
Commissioner Host,
Here in Birmingham.
Commissioner Nikita,
Here in Birmingham, Michigan.
Commissioner Sherman.
Here in Birmingham, Michigan.
Great, thank you, Alex. We go to proclamations, congratulatory resolutions, awards, appointments, resignations and confirmations, administration of oath, introduction of guests and announcement. We have one important announcement tonight. We want to wish our fellow Commissioner Baller a happy birthday. Many more healthy and happy years to come your way and your family, sir. Happy birthday.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Next on our agenda, we have open to the public for matters not on the agenda. Do we have any public would like to comment? Or let's see, do we see any hands? I don't see any. Eric, last call. We don't see any. Alex, you're raising your hand. You see somebody?
I'm trying to.
Oh,
Mr. Moss.
Mr. Moss. You?
Yes.
Go ahead. I don't see your hand raised, but I hear your voice. Go ahead, Mr. Moss.
I'm not supposed to put the video on, and I haven't figured out how to use the hands, so there we go. But thank you, Mr. Mayor, Commission. My name's Chuck Moss. A lot of you I know, some of you I've worked with, some of you I just know from around town. I was elected in last January, became your new county commissioner, succeeding Shelley Taub. And in the old days, I would have just shown up and introduced myself, but we're not doing that now, so I'm doing this right now. My contact information, we can get to all of you. Most of you know it already, and I'll send it all off to you, which is cjmoss20@hotmail.com, 248-642-1820. Very briefly, I know you've got a long agenda and a busy one. The big thing probably most people are asking about the county is what's going on with the COVID vaccines. And if you're interested in getting on the list for the vaccinations from the county, it's www.oaklandcountyvaccine.com. That's easy to remember. And that gets you to what's called the Vaccine Hub. And that's you hit the one button for signing up, put your name on the list. If you've signed up and gotten it from another source, like I have through Walgreens, you hit the other button to take your name off the list. And if, there's lots of places you can go besides the county. You can sign up like I did with Beaumont. And, I've been waiting a long time for Beaumont. A lot of this, of course, depends on how much the state is giving to various sources. Another thing you can do about COVID from the county is get tested. And they have the drive-through testing, again, from the Vaccine Hub website up in the upper right-hand corner. It says COVID-19 resources, and you can make an appointment to go either in Pontiac or Southfield, and all the information is there. There's all kinds of other stuff going, but I'll be happy to let you know. You can contact me, or I can do another time. Anyway, wanted to come in, formally introduce myself to the commission. That's how you get hold of me, and anything that you need, please let me know. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
And
Good to
happy
hear from you,
birthday,
Mr.
Mr.
Moss.
Ballard.
Good to hear from you, Mr. Moss. Have a
Thank you.
wonderful evening.
Thank you. You too.
Take care. All right. No public comments. We go on to our consent agenda. All items listed on the consent agenda are considered to be routine and will be enacted by one motion and approved by a roll call vote. There'll be no separate discussion of the items unless a commissioner or citizen so requests, in which event the item will be removed from the general order of business and considered under the last item of new business. Now it's the time to ask my fellow commissioners, is there any item would you like to remove from the consent agenda? Commissioner Sherman.
Item G.
Item G. Okay, commissioners. Commissioner Huff.
Well, I have several.
Okay,
Okay. A, E, H, and I.
okay. Let's see, any other items to be removed by any other commissioner? See none by the public? Seeing none, I'd like to entertain a motion. Commissioner Sherman.
I'll move the consent agenda items B, C, D, and I. I'm sorry, B, C, D, and F.
F, yes, P, C, D, and F.
Second.
Yes. All right, will the clerk please call the roll?
Commissioner Sherman,
Yes.
Commissioner Host,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Long,
Yes.
Commissioner Ballard,
Yes.
Commissioner Hoff,
Yes.
Commissioner Nikita,
Yes.
Mayor Boutros.
Yes, thank you. Commissioner Hoff, since you pulled most of the items, I do believe there's a lot to discuss. Should we leave it till the under the last item of new business, or should we go with it now?
A couple of them are very brief.
Okay, so let's go with item A. Commissioner Hoff, go ahead with item A.
In the minutes from the last meeting, there is, when we were discussing the restaurants and the liquor license, we pulled Birmingham Sushi. And at that point, it said that Planning Director Ecker recommended a public hearing. There was a motion by Commissioner Sherman, seconded by Commissioner Hoff, to have the public hearing, and the what was written in the minutes is no vote was taken on the motion. I talked to Alex about this today, and she tells me that Mary Kucharik has some advice on how this is to be handled, that we overlooked voting on the motion.
Ms. Kucharik, good evening.
Hi, good evening. Yes, this was brought to my attention from the clerk as well. So my recommendation of how this is handled is as follows. If the restaurant has not cured its defect and a public hearing has to be made, I would recommend that this issue is brought to the attention of the owner of the restaurant, and that we would take a new vote, a new motion and a new vote at that time, which would be next meeting at the March 22nd meeting during the hearings. We would ask them to waive any complaint of defect of process and then proceed with public hearing if necessary. My guess is that they're going to have it corrected, excuse me, by this time. And so again, I would have you have the motion renewed and the vote to hold public hearing, and then hopefully you're going to be dismissing all those charges anyway. But again, we would advise the owner and ask them to waive defective process.
So no action tonight, Ms. Kucharik?
Correct, no action tonight. We just wanted everyone to be aware of what we will do to hear this. Having gone back and watching the minutes, it's very understandable how it happened. there were so many different issues being brought to the table. The motion was made, some other facts came to light regarding other restaurants, and in the fray, it was just missed. So understandable how it happened. It's easily rectified as long as we are transparent and ask for the waiver of process.
Thank you for the explanation, Ms. Kucharik. And yes, we do apologize that we missed that. As I recall myself, Ms. Eckert was commenting too many questions were been questions, and as she had some language barrier with the owner, I recall at the time. But it is what it is. We missed it, and now thanks for the explanation, Ms. Kucharik. Ms. Hoff, Commissioner Hoff, you'd like to explore on it more?
I would just like to ask, has anyone notified Birmingham Sushi so that they're prepared for March 22nd?
Here's Ms. Ecker right with us. She's right, and go ahead, Ms. Ecker.
Yes, I have spoken with counsel for Birmingham Sushi, who is handling the matter and has advised that they will have everything resolved by that time.
Thank you, Ms. Ecker. And Ms. Ecker, as I recall, you did say the language barrier, but now they have a counsel, so we have no issues, correct?
Correct, and they've located a relative that can act as a better translator that's working with their attorney. So I think hopefully everything will be under control.
You got it. Thank you, Jana. Thank you,
You're
Ms.
welcome.
Ecker. All right, Ms. Hoff, with that.
I'll move approval of the minutes.
Awesome.
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Sherman. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Mr. Hoff,
Yes.
Commissioner Sherman,
Yes.
Commissioner Baylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Host,
Yes.
Commissioner Nikita,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Long,
Yes.
Mayor Boutros.
Yes, thank you. Now we go to item E, pulled by Commissioner Hoff.
Item E are the updated park rules and regulations. As I read this, I saw one thing that I think needs to be corrected, and that is the section on about the skate park, which is under park hours. First is Springdale, second is the skate park. And the commentary said that we are focusing on hours the parks are open, not closed, and this is stated in the packet that the skate park shall be closed from 10 a.m. to 8 a.m. And I don't think that's correct. I think it should state that the skate park shall be open from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. That's what I think it's supposed to say. But Ms. Wood would know.
That's correct. We caught that earlier in the day.
Okay,
We were going to announce that correction as well.
very good. Well, that's the only thing that I had on that.
Awesome. Commissioner Baller, you have a comment?
Yeah, so just to clarify, we're focusing on how hours that parks are open, not closed. So is that to say that parks don't close? The way I read it, parks close at 10 p.m. And for me, if I'm walking home along Corton Lake, does that mean that Corton Lake Trail is closed after 10 p.m.? I mean, midsummer, it's still virtually light at 10 p.m. So I'd hate to make it against the rules to walk the Rouge Trail or walk Corton Lake Park or walk through any park on your way somewhere just because of the hour. I'm not sure I understand the hours. Someone suggested to me that it was because of noise, but even when the parks are full, the noise isn't that marked in most parks unless there's a kid's soccer game or something going on. So I'm not quite sure I understand why parks are closed. The other concern I have about this is that we're saying that I go to the concerts in the park in the summer in Shane Park, and people bring coolers and they have a bottle of wine. People take picnic baskets to Corton Lake and they bring a bottle, they spread a blanket, they open their basket and there's a bottle of wine. And I think we're saying that's not permitted. And I'm not sure why. We permit alcoholic beverages on the golf courses, and I'm not sure if that's because we're dealing with golfers, because we consider golfers to be a special group, or it's because we benefit from selling them the alcohol. So in my mind, I hate to criminalize, if that's the word, things that we all do. And if we're looking to address certain things that are a problem, then I think we should address them. If public drunkenness is a problem and it's not already illegal, and I think it is, then we should address that. And if there's something that closing parks at 10 o'clock is addressing, we ought to address that more directly and specifically. That's my feeling on it, and I think we ought to send it back to the Parks Board and ask them to address those issues.
Mr. Marcus, you'd like to comment on that?
Yeah, I think that in the case of the golf course, alcohol sales were not unlike the conversation we had earlier in the evening about making the golf courses more competitive. And I think that in the marketplace, alcohol is probably more traditional on golf courses with country clubs and so forth. And so that if we're competing with those uses, that's a difference. And I don't think that's hypocritical. I would also say that in terms of alcohol in the parks, you know, if you open it up, you can't just say for those individuals like a bottle of wine along with their cheese and crackers when they're sitting in the park, that's all that's going to happen. If you permit alcohol in the parks, and this isn't a scare tactic, but it's hard to discriminate based on, quite frankly, what could be permitted as a part of that alcohol in the park. And yes, I am a teetotaler, but I do not object to people having alcohol or using alcohol. But if you have an open use of that in what is I consider to be a traditional family place for persons to go of all ages and have fun, is it possible that a small keg of beer is permitted then if we open up alcohol in the park? Hard liquor wouldn't be prohibited either. And the point I would make to you, Commissioner, is that the bar for public intoxication is, quite frankly, pretty high. And if you're sitting there having, you know, enjoying a concert, there'll be a period of escalation, quite frankly, before somebody meets the terms of being intoxicated to the point where the police would be necessarily called in. Not every place, quite frankly, in the public venue needs to have alcohol or other substances allowed for public use. You'd mentioned earlier, you know, what about marijuana? That's permitted. Well, marijuana is not permitted in public places. And I know you're not advocating for that at this point, but I would say to you that I think you better be careful about the issue of alcohol and opening it up, because I'm not sure it's just going to be somebody enjoying a glass of wine. And quite frankly, we have not had major issues in our parks, and that's a good thing. Obviously, I saw your email earlier in the day, and I spoke to Mary Kacharik about it and the police chief, and I would ask them to comment as well. But I have concerns about opening up alcohol in the parks personally, professionally, as your staff representative. So Mary and the chief, I'd ask you to comment as well.
Mr. Mayor, who
Go
would
ahead,
you
Ms.
like to-
Kacharik.
Okay, thank you. Just for clarification, under Michigan Law 436.1915, under the Michigan Liquor Control Act, it does state that the governing body of a local government unit may prohibit by ordinance, order, or resolution the possession or consumption of alcoholic liquor in any park, public place of amusement, or a publicly owned area that is owned or administered or both by the local unit. So just by state law, the city is able to regulate the prohibition of alcohol in its public parks or allow it where it chooses to. So I just wanted to make sure that that was clear, that the city is entitled to do that. And as far as, whether or not we already have the drunken and intoxicated ordinance to address those who get out of control, I would like to note that a person, in order to be deemed intoxicated in a public place, has to be either endanger the safety of another person or themselves or property, or act in a manner that causes a public disturbance. So before the police can actually act, a person has to come to the point where they're pretty intoxicated, where the point that they're in danger to themselves or others or property, or causing a disturbance. I would say, as a person who's been your prosecutor for 20-something years, it's been kind of nice not to prosecute people who are drunk in front of children in parks, or to have to explain to persons who are coming to testify why we would allow alcohol in their child's park, and then now they have to come be witnesses to the persons that are so intoxicated that they're in danger to themselves or others. I've not had to prosecute too many cases about alcohol in the park, and it's been a positive thing. I would think that there's plenty of venues to enjoy alcohol, and unlike Mr. Marcus, I love red wine. I don't have a day that goes by without my Cabernet. And I just would think that it's really not something you want in your public place. I can only say that as your prosecutor. And Mr. Marcus is correct. Marijuana or any form of marijuana is still prohibited in public places. It can only be enjoyed in your own personal or private space.
Thank you, Ms. Kucharik, for the explanation. Our chief, Mark Clemens, would you like to add anything, or you're good?
I think I'm good. I would echo, nothing good happens in a public park after dark, in my opinion. And I think the public parks are great. We have over 20 public parks. We have very few problems the way it is now. I think it's the right thing to do. In terms of alcohol, I would not be supportive of any kind of alcohol in the park. Obviously, given what the statements that Commissioner Ballard made about what goes on in Shank Park, and I think there's some discretion and proper use, maybe, shall we say, for lack of a better term. But you open up the parks and you have people playing softball, taking a beer to second base with them. You have while you're sipping a wine, maybe a couple's having a glass of wine and a blanket in the park, and then you're going to open up a beer pong game for some young adults who are letting off steam during spring break. I don't know. I just don't think of Birmingham Public Park as a place to play beer pong. So I think the way it is now, I think that the officers use good discretion in what they should and should not enforce. And I think having the rule in place gives us a much stronger position to move forward to keep our parks safe for all our families.
Thank you, Chief. Just out of curiosity, Commissioner Baller, have you experienced it in different city where they open that nice bottle of wine while they're doing the concert? What triggered you with or is just an idea that just came across your mind that you presented to us? What was the motive of the idea?
I go to our parks, and during our concerts in the park at Shane Park, I witness people drinking wine.
Okay, so
law-abiding residents of Birmingham.
Well, let's hope our chief has not heard you very well right now, but if you did, Chief, let's hopefully manage that situation. I'm just curious, why did you come up with that idea?
This is similar to the case where we banned bicycles on all sidewalks in Birmingham, thus criminalizing your behavior, Mayor, of taking your kids for a bike ride. We were using a broad brush, let's say, or a sledgehammer to target a particular behavior. That's all.
I stopped doing that since the ordinance came about, okay, for the record.
And I know a lot of people think I'm liberal, but I'm also libertarian.
Yeah, right. Thank you, Commissioner Baller. I'm just curious. Commissioner Hoff.
I also had one other comment to make. Number 24 is about fishing, which we have received communications from members of the public about this. And so I'm happy to see that it's been changed, that taking the age limits out. But I'd like clarification from Lauren on what this means, subject to state of Michigan fishing licenses regulations. Fishing in any water park in the city of Birmingham, including Corton Lake, is allowed. Does that mean that anyone who fishes in Corton Lake has to have a fishing license?
Technically, yes. From the state.
Well, is it enforced? Has it been enforced? I mean, people under 14 and over 62 have been fishing there. And does anyone check if they have a fishing license?
Chief?
Yeah, I'll be honest, that's something that yes, it is enforced, and we have had complaints about that, and we respond to those complaints, and we follow the park rules when we have, it's never been, I don't think we've ever written a ticket, or at least I can't remember in my memory, so we usually get voluntary compliance from the person, but I think this is a much better way of going with whatever the state does. I always had a hard time telling somebody they couldn't fish when they're out there having an afternoon with their son or daughter, teaching them how to fish. I think it's a harmless thing, that I think it's much wiser to go with what the state law is.
We have signage, right, Chief and Lauren? We have signage. On Corton Lake, I've seen them, the age and the prohibition from, right? We have a couple of them, correct?
Yeah, there's signs there, but again, I just think that this is a much cleaner way to go, and I think it's smart.
Yeah, got it. Mr. Marcus, you had any comment on that?
As an avid fisherman, can you hear me?
No, you're muted, Tom.
As an avid fisherman, I can tell you that law enforcement is fairly sporadic on getting your license checked, but that would apply here just as it would on any of the lakes or the Great Lakes in the state.
Commissioner Hoff.
Okay, well, I think that's a good change. I just wasn't clear on the fishing licenses if it was required, but I understand. Okay, in view of all the comments and the discussion, I think these revisions are well done, and I'm going to move approval of the revised park rules and regulations.
Second.
And seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Long. Will the clerk, any comment on the motion by the commissioners? Seeing none. By the public? I see none. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Hoff?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Long?
Yes.
Commissioner Host?
Yes.
Commissioner Nikita?
Yes.
Commissioner Sherman?
Yes.
Commissioner Baller?
Yes.
Mayor Boutros?
Yes, thank you, Alex. Let's keep them in order. We'll go to item G, pulled by Commissioner Sherman.
With regard to item G, because we're being asked to allocate public parking spots in the right of way to a particular building, ordinarily that would have been an agenda item. But here my concern is this building is right next door to Don Thomas, and it is directly across the street. I think that's a yoga shelter across the street. So there's significant parking that is utilized in this area. And we're talking about a salon that is going to need like 60 parking spots? So I'm just a little concerned about the intensity of use and the allocation of these spots, and wanted to have that discussion.
Commissioner Hoff?
Well, I share the concern. I went over there today to take a look, and if Commissioner Sherman hadn't pulled this, I was going to. They need 64 parking spots for the use that they're intending in this building. They have 22 on site, which means they're 42 short. These 8 in front are not going to fulfill all that they need. And as I looked around, not only is Don Thomas next door, across the street is part of the 555 building, and the first floor and the lower level are all empty for lease at this time. When those are filled, there will be much more need for parking in that area. Right now, it's totally open on both sides of the street, but I don't think we can use the current situation as what might happen moving forward. Also, very close to there across the street is the new location of the new restaurant Vitali, where Triple Nickel was. That once that's in operation, those spaces may be in demand. So I really don't think this is a good idea. I think that I'm always reluctant to allocate city metered spots for a particular business. And in this case, it's not even going to meet their need. So I am not in favor of doing this.
Mayor, I think it'd be good to hear from the planning staff.
Mr. Dupuy, are you there, ready for us? Is that you? Our city planner? All right.
Yes.
Good evening.
Yes, thank you. I don't want to regurgitate the whole report to you, but just for the folks at home who may not be as privy, we caught this during a building plan review. The proposed tenant, I should say, Vibe Salon Suites, proposed a bunch of separate little salon suites where they intend to house various stylists. Thank you, that's the word. There were 28 in total, 32 chairs. The problem with that is our ordinance requires 2 off-street parking spaces per service chair, booth, or bed. So naturally we caught it, we denied it. So in situations like this, we usually advise the applicant who is typically eager to figure out a way to provide those parking spaces. We run through the entirety of options, one of which is this option to, I don't want to say allocate, but count these spaces towards their required parking. So just to reiterate, they're not going to be their spaces. They're not going to be, there's not going to be signs saying Vibe Salon Suites only. But this was just the first step in a number of steps that we advised them to do. Quite obviously, and again, I noted in my report, they're going to need a massive variance from the Board of Zoning Appeals. They appear ready to make that request. They've explained that they have a unique system there, and they said they've got data to back it up in terms of when stylists are there and how intense the parking demand is based on their other locations. They've suggested that they could pursue shared parking agreements with the 555, writing it into the stylist's leases that they must park there. So theoretically, that could eliminate all of the stylist parking on site. But these are all just things that have been floated around. This is where we ended first. So you can see that Mr. Cowan and Mr. Jarbo have their hands up. Those are the 2 gentlemen that are representing this case. I hope I clarified at least a little bit why we were here tonight, but if any questions arose out of that, feel free.
Yeah, I do believe that Mr. Dupuy, just the resolution is what made it a little confusing versus allocation versus counting towards their requirement. That makes a big difference. As Commissioner Hoff stated, yes, we're not in the favorism of allocating parking, especially public parking, to businesses. But I see the clarification you made. I just want to make sure other city commissioners are aware that this is not at all mean private use for that establishment. Is still be a city owned, is just counted towards their assessment, the requirement, correct? Pretty much.
That's correct. Yeah, and I
Okay.
didn't use the word allocate in the resolution, but I can see where there could be some consternation with that language. So
Yes.
fair point.
Thank you, Mr. Dupuy. Commissioner Baller, go ahead. Before we have the applicant's hand, so I'd like to hear from them too, but let's hear from all commissioners first. Commissioner Baller, go ahead with your comment.
2 questions. One, has the applicant already leased the space? And two, staff is suggesting approval of this resolution and placed it on the consent agenda. Why?
I think let's do one by one. Mr. Dupuy, you can answer question number one, and I'll have Mr. Marcus answer number two.
Okay, so maybe I'll answer the first question, which is a simple answer. I cannot necessarily speak to that. I know that there hasn't been any work done in there because the building plans were stymied. But I can also answer 1 or 2B. I can't answer why it was put on consent, but I can answer why we recommended approval. And it was simply because the applicant has stated that they have a unique system and that they were willing to put in a lot of work with, as I mentioned, shared parking agreements for their stylists, et cetera, which is their hardship to prove at the Board of Zoning Appeals. So there was that extra check along the way. So we were confident moving forward with these. I don't want to say 8 measly spaces as if we can just toss around 8 spaces like they're candy or whatnot, but we felt as though this was the logical first step, and we could at least give them a fair shot at the Board of Zoning Appeals.
So I'll answer the second part. I'm the one that put it on consent with a fair amount of influence from staffers who I will not mention. But initially, when the agenda is being prepared, this was listed on consent. Based on some of the more recent conversations we've had at the commission table, I moved it to new business. I was then called by a different staffer who suggested that, well, this was recommended on the consent. And so I checked that, and they felt that this is traditionally where it had been. So in a moment of great weakness, I put it back on consent. So that's exactly what happened, without naming those individuals. One of us under the bus at a time is enough.
Here we go, Commissioner Nikita. I was speaking, but I was muted. Go ahead, your turn.
No problem. Yeah, but I guess my question is to Nick, relative to clarification here. First of all, it looks like there's an inconsistency between the write-up that I think Nick put in and the drawing, which actually identifies 2 different things, which is the write-ups calls it a 1-story building. I believe it's a 1-story building, so I think that's accurate. The drawing by the architect says it's a 2-story building, and I don't think it is a 2-story building. So that's a discrepancy. But where I'm going with that is that I don't believe there's any definition of square footage on this for like how big the building is square footage wise. There on the drawing, it says how big the lot is by square foot of 17,000 feet. But I don't think the building, and I believe that most of our ordinances, and I guess there's a question going back to Nick, most of our ordinances identify when it comes to parking ratios, it's a square footage ratio to the parking. So do we override the square footage ratio for parking when it's a salon and we actually have stations as a requirement? And do we have a plan that shows those stations? So we know that that's an accurate, because there's no plan that shows the amount of stations. So I'm trying to back into understanding where the parking ratio comes from and if there's clarification or the clarity as to what's presented here so we understand what's driving those numbers.
Yeah, so you were spot on the first bit in that this is the only parking requirement in the parking table that gives us an option, either 1 per 300 square feet or 2 per service chair, booth, or bed, whichever is greater. In this case, it wasn't even close in that 2 per chair, booth, or bed was greater at 64. I believe the 1 per 300 was somewhere around 22, which is why retail tenants in the past have worked here and have been able to inhabit the space. And I agree with you that it is one story. I'm not sure if the architects go by height for that. I know it's a little bit taller than your standard one-story building, but I agree with you there. And forgive me, what was your other question that I missed? Did I get it?
That was the two, if I
Okay.
could. And I guess that was just clarification of where the numbers came from. So I appreciate that.
Okay, sure.
All right. All right. If no further questions for our staff, I'd like to hear from the applicants maybe as they had their hand raised for a while. Mr. Jarbu, would you like to go first, or Mr. Kawandi?
Oh, Mr. Mayor, this is Dennis Cowan. Can you hear me?
Cowan, go ahead.
Yeah. First of all, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and to the City Commission for your time this evening. I am working with the law firm Plunkett Cooney, just up the road on Woodward, and I am working with Mr. Jarbu in Vibe Salon. He is a principal member, managing member of Vibe Salon. So just to answer a couple of quick questions, and then we can talk a little bit more in depth. But yes, Vibe Salon has signed a lease for the property. Yes, they did submit an original plan that showed 32 spaces. They are working to revise that plan downward. We recognize when they learned about the per seat requirement, which is something that the city of Birmingham has, and we will deal with it. Many other communities have a 200 foot per seat, square feet parking arrangement. So that there is a difference if you go among communities, but certainly we understand Birmingham's requirement. So again, there is some revisions that the management of Vibe Salon is looking at to press that downward. We are also looking for shared parking arrangements, and with the 555 building, we certainly recognize the precious commodity of parking. I had the opportunity to serve in your neighbor to the south as mayor and city commissioner in Royal Oak for 14 years. And I certainly recognize the parking challenges because we face the same things. So the important thing I want to emphasize, and then I want to turn it over to Mr. Jarbo, they have a business model where the stylists are independent contractors. They rent a area, so to speak, within the salon. But what was very compelling to me, and I think will be very compelling to a zoning board and to you, is that they have used the key card system to identify when the stylists are in their locations. And I have seen the evidence that they presented, and really it's about a third. At any given time, only about a third of the chairs are occupied by the stylist and customers. So we think that significantly reduces the parking requirement. This business model is to give women, it's primarily, as you know, a woman-dominated business among the stylists, and this will be a woman-managed, a female-managed salon. So it's to give the stylists the maximum flexibility to set their own hours with their customers and to allow them to make a living and work around various family and child challenges and caregiving challenges that they may have in their lives. So I'd like to hand this over to Mr. Jarbu for his comments, and certainly he is the one who manages and runs the business. So Frank, if you would like to chime in.
Yes, definitely.
Thank you, Mr. Coward. Yes, go ahead, Mr. Jarbo, please, with your presentation.
Thank you for having me. Good evening, everyone. Just wanted to give you a little bit of just a quick synopsis of our business and our model. We're not the typical salon that you would see around town that, we have, 20, 30 chairs and 20, 30 stylists that are up and around. This is a newer model. It's probably started down south, might be 15, 20 years ago. And we've opened up, we've opened up a few up here, up in Michigan, and it's different. So a stylist is allowed to set their own hours. They can come in, do someone's hair, do what they need to do, run back home, do what they need to do there, go to the store, do what they need to do there, and then come back later on and maybe have a couple other customers. So we have our Plymouth location open, and we track. We pull the data, and we can make it. We can show it to you that every stylist has a key card, so they have to scan in to get into the building, and then they have to scan in to get in their individual suites. And at any given time, even the busiest month that you call it December, because I think it's busy for everyone, the stylist the occupancy level is only around 20 to 25% on any given day. So when we found this building, and obviously real estate in Birmingham goes quick. And it was our fault. We did not look at the parking ordinance. We thought that we had on-site parking, we had a parking deck across the street, and we could meet any parking requirements out there. Lo and behold, I think we're just outside where we're allowed to use some of the parking decks, and we submitted our plans not knowingly know this, because we would not have done this, not submitted plans knowing this. So submitted plans, and then Nick and Jenna came out, and we discussed it with them, and they made us aware of everything that's going on. Since then, what we've done is we've reduced the number of suites. We've got it down to about 22, 24 suites, which we have 23 on-site parking spots that we're going to utilize. We're asking if we can share in the 8 parking spots that are in front of us, and then go across the street and try to lease some spots from the 555 building. We're going to make it mandatory that every one of our stylists that actually leases there would have to have a parking spot in the deck as part of their lease agreement. So that would deviate from 22 to 24 of those stylists having to go to the parking deck, which in downtown Birmingham, most people are used to that. So I think we've put together a very good case on how we can make this work. We're just asking that everybody take a little different look at this. It's not a traditional salon. This is, it's a totally different concept. I'd be more than welcome to have you guys walk our Plymouth suite. And we also just, we got a deal done in Dearborn as well, in downtown Dearborn, right on Michigan Avenue. We did it in Wagner Place, which is owned by the Ford family. They were happy to have us. We did the same thing there, almost 30-something suites. And we utilized their parking deck, same thing. So it's just one of those, I think it's a concept that most municipalities aren't used to. Plymouth was the same way, and we got them very comfortable to understand that not every suite would be occupied all the time. And like I said, we have the data that shows it. It's a key card system. 20 to 25% at its peak are there at any given point. So
thank you. All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Questions.
Thank you so much. Commissioners, any other comments, discussion? Commissioner Sherman.
I totally get the concept. It does seem to me that the shared parking arrangement should be worked on first before we start allocating or indicating that these spots count towards parking. They do have parking on site, and with the 555 deck, if they can make arrangements there, they may not even need these spots. So I would suggest that we take no action on this, suggest to them that they go across and see if they can work out a deal with the 555 building, and if not, come back.
Mr. Dupuy, you have a comment on that? Or
yeah, I'd like while we're live and we're talking about it, just to clarify a bit. So the shared parking agreement would just have to be, how do I say, more of like a sweetener for the Board of Zoning Appeals. For a shared parking agreement to reduce your required off-street parking, it has to be located within 100 feet of the building being served. So the 555 parking deck is just outside of that at more like 200 feet away from the building being served. So as I describe it, they were planning to do this to bring to the BZA to better their chances, if you will, to increase the case for why they should receive a variance. So I just wanted to make sure to clarify that the shared parking agreement would not be reducing their required off-street parking spaces.
Commissioner Sherman, sorry, Commissioner Nikita.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out, and I can appreciate the concept's unique, and as the applicant said, that only a third is being used at a given time, and I understand that he could prove that. The problem with that is, it's like saying a hotel is has 100 rooms, and we need to provide for the potential of those 100 rooms being full at any given time. If they come in and say, well, we're never full, we're only 60% full at any given time. So can you use, that as the basis for the decision making? We can't just do that. I think that's something that BZA would have to take a look at and make a determination on whether or not that's justified. I think that's a bit of a slippery slope to some degree, that an applicant can suggest that it's not being used enough. And I appreciate it's a unique concept, but I think that, you look at that as a precedent for other uses and other types of applications. So I think this needs to go through further study, and BZA needs to weigh in and see if there's justification for a hardship of some sort. And yeah, I mean, it's a challenge. Salons take a lot of parking. They have an intensity that's beyond a typical retail space. And we know that from our salons up in the North Market District and elsewhere in the city. We've recognized it and understood that for years. So we have to be careful when it comes to a salon and what impact it has in the particular area that it comes to.
I have a question for Mr. Dupuy. If we don't take any action on it tonight, they go to the BZA and the BZA approve it. What's our role after that?
So let's say hypothetically that they go to the Board of Zoning Appeals and they make a great case, and they prove their hardship and the Board of Zoning Appeals agrees, and they get the balance of their parking. Let's see, right now, 42, it'd be 42 spaces. Then the 8 right-of-way spaces technically wouldn't be needed.
Okay,
so we came here first to try to reduce the total that would be requested at the Board of Zoning Appeals. So that's your role, I suppose, right now, was to be a first step to try to reduce the ask at the Board of Zoning Appeals to make it a little bit more palatable for that board, if you follow.
I hear you, Stupi. Just like Commissioner Nikita said, it's like it's a hard decision tonight. I'm not sure if we are really setting a bad precedent, and if we are, it's pretty difficult to let this go. But if we're not, but I'm in the middle of not sure, are we or we're not, by sweetening the deal for the BZA to make a decision. It's just a tough one. Commissioner Ball, you got a comment there?
Yeah, we've been over backwards to help businesses during COVID, and I'm not comfortable second guessing our staff and professionals on this one. They're recommending we do it. These people, I think we're imposing a hardship on the business by making them wait. I'm going to move the suggested resolution. If it fails, it fails, but I'm in support of it. I'm in support of supporting our planning division and their professional considered judgment. So I'll move the suggested resolution.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Ballard to accept the resolution. Any second? Motion failed as we don't have a second. With that, I do believe I entertain another motion. Commissioner Sherman, or
I would just suggest that we postpone this and give the applicant an opportunity to attempt to obtain a parking share arrangement either in the 555 or one of the other parking lots. And while I understand it's outside of the 100-foot requirement, it seems to me that that's a logical next step before coming to the city and asking for these spots.
Okay, Commissioner Hoff.
I also think I heard the applicants say that they're making some changes and they're reducing the number that they will need. So I really think that we should give them the opportunity to finalize their plans and then come to us after they go to the Board of Zoning Appeals with what they actually need.
Okay, so we see a majority of commissioners agreeing on not taking an action on this. And I'll leave the last award for Mr. Cowan. If your hand is raised, please make it quick as we need to move on with this. Go ahead, Mr. Cowan.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we could. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. First of all, I thank you for all the comments. Our original plan as we entered into this evening was to hopefully acquire the allocation of those, not allocation, but the count of those 8 spaces so that we could finalize our plan, then, work with 555 and then go to the ZBA where it is a high standard of hardship that we have to prove. We certainly can pivot on that, and we will do that investigation and come back to you with what we can acquire. We would still most likely ask for those 8 spaces and then proceed to the Zoning Board of Appeals. But that is probably the best course of action at this time based on your comments, and I appreciate the feedback that all of you have given to us this evening.
Okay, thank you, Scott. Have a wonderful evening. Okay, no action on item G. We go to item H by Commissioner Hoff.
Item H is about the resurfacing of Cranbrook Road, which I am very happy to see and I've waited many, many years for. But my question on this is a couple of very direct questions. Why is water and sewer not being improved as well? Why is it just the surface of the street?
I see Mr. Surhai with us and ready to answer that question.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Commissioner Hoff, yeah, as part of the project planning and review, we did look at the water and sewer conditions. And at this time, we didn't see a need to do any improvements.
Okay, it's in good shape. And then my second question is, I see the light at Midvale will be replaced and updated. What about the traffic signal at Maple and Cranbrook? I can't remember if that's already been done or if that needs to be done too.
Yeah, I don't believe that signal is not in the scope of work. I believe they're doing sidewalks and the handicap ramps at the intersection, but it won't be a wholesale signal replacement at Maple, just only at Midvale.
Okay.
Hey, Commissioner Hoff, ready to make a motion?
Yeah, I will move the suggested resolution.
Second.
A second by Commissioner Host. Okay, any comment by the commission, by the public? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll?
Yes.
Commissioner Host,
Yes.
Commissioner Nikita,
Yes.
Commissioner Sherman,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Long. Yes. Commissioner Baylor,
Yes.
Mayor Boutros.
Yes, thank you. Commissioner Hoff, we go to item I.
Yeah, and this one, maybe I shouldn't have even pulled because I did talk to Alex about it today. The date is incorrect on the resolution. It refers to the 15th day of March, 2021, and it should be the 8th day of March, 2021. So just with that correction, this is about electronic signatures. And I'm in favor of the motion, it's fine, except the resolution has the wrong date on it.
I'll make sure that's corrected in the documents.
Okay, so when it's corrected, with the correction, I will move the suggested resolution.
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Nikita.
Yep.
Okay, comments by the commission? None? Public? None? Will the clerk please call the roll on that?
Commissioner Hoff,
Yes.
Commissioner Nikita,
Yes.
Commissioner Sherman,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Long. Yes. Commissioner Baylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Host,
Yes.
Mayor Boutros.
Yes, thank you. We go to unfinished business. We have none. Now go under new business, item A. We have a public hearing for 219 Elm Street, all season 2. In a resolution to approve the SLUP and the final site plan and design review application to allow the construction and operation of the all season 2 independent senior living or to deny it. With that, I'd like to open the public hearing. And we have also Mr. Dupuy with us, our planner.
Yes, back to back. Thank you, Mayor Boutros. I appreciate you.
Go ahead.
Thanks
please.
for the tee up there. So yes, this is the public hearing for a special land use permit request and final site plan and design review approval for a new 5-story independent senior living community at 219 Elm Street, also known as, throughout this process so far at least, as All Seasons 2. So this is at the north end of the Triangle District. As you could guess, it's right behind the existing All Seasons 1 development. The current site's got a vacant 2-story office building and associated site elements, parking, some landscaping, whatnot. At this time, the applicant is seeking approval from the City Commission for that SLUP to permit the independent senior living community in the O2 zoning district as required by Article 2 of the zoning ordinance. This All Seasons 2 development is proposed to be a little bit different than the first in that it's designed for what they call a younger age bracket. The 55 to 75 range is what we were advised. It's intended to have a little bit more independence, although again, we've been advised that they will have access to the amenities at the All Seasons 1. During the planning board hearings, they were required to show a site connectivity plan, so they've done that. So there's a path in between the two buildings, 2 paths, I should say, for them to enjoy the amenities at the existing development. So this started back in May of 2020 where the CIS was approved, as well as the preliminary site plan. And we finished up in late 2020 and early 2021 with the final site plan and special land use permit review. Ultimately, the planning board did recommend approval to this body, the final site plan and SLUP for 219 Elm Street. So here we are. Just to summarize all that, the applicant is requesting that the City Commission approve the special land use permit, final site plan, and design review application to allow the construction and operation of the All Seasons 2 independent senior living facility at 219 Elm Street. And before I pass it back, I do see Mark H., that's Mark Highland of the Beztat Company, here to represent the project as the applicant. And with that, as always, I'm open to questions, comments, concerns.
Commissioner, would you like to hear from the applicant's representative first, or would you like any questions towards Mr. Dupuy? Commissioner Hoff.
Yes, in the materials that we received, there were many conditions that were specified by the planning board. And so I would appreciate, Nick, if you went over those and explained to us, have they all been met?
Yep, and great point. So there's a couple of these I want to make sure that are more of, that have already been taken care of, I should say. So for example, the first one, the planning board approved the projections into the right of way. We like just to get that into the motion so that it's clear, as required by the ordinance, that the planning board approved that projection. So number 1's already been taken care of. Number 2, we've been, Mark and I have been going back and forth, and they have actually removed those awnings. So that's all taken care of. And before I go further too, this is all going to be, the planning board has allowed us to do this all administratively, so we're going to be getting revised sheets and whatnot. I've got the specification sheets for most of the mechanical units. They've corrected the landscaping plans. The applicant, they have proposed some lighting for the parking facility in the form of a carport. So that's going to be reviewed by us. I do need a few more specification sheets for the materials. And they have indicated that they are happy to comply with the requests of the city department. So they've done really well to clean up the list so far, but there are still maybe 1, 2, 3 outstanding planning related issues to take care of.
Go ahead, Commissioner Hop.
Another question that I have, in reading the materials from Planning Board, I see that in that area, there's a 3-story height requirement, and they are getting the extra 2 stories by fulfilling certain requirements. One of them being, I think, that they're using lead development, and that was questioned by the Planning Board. Would you please explain that, how they're getting the extra 2 stories?
Yep, another great question and another great clarification. They do propose to do the lead. They've, up to this point, because it's pretty early in the design process, they have provided us with a lead checklist, and they've also hired, and Mark can clarify the actual job title, but they've hired a lead consultant to work with on this whole project to ensure that they meet lead standards so that they can qualify or partially qualify for that additional story. The other, they have indicated that they're going to pay into the parking fund. So those are the two requirements that they intend to satisfy.
Go ahead, Commissioner Hop.
What is the amount that they're required to pay? And how do you verify? They say they're going to follow the lead requirements, but this is prior to the building being built. So what is our process in the end to be certain that it does follow lead? And then I have one other question. What is the square footage of this building? Because it says this planned building would be smaller than All Seasons, even though it would be taller.
Sure. So the first question, I believe the planning board asked the same thing. I'd have to defer to Jana as to how much. But for lead certification, you can actually go on the LEED website and check in on buildings and make sure that they are certified. They have a list of all the buildings in Birmingham that are either certified or in the process. And that's going to be a requirement. So it's in their best interest to follow through with those requirements. And most of their plans, an example I can think of, they're going to have individual thermostats in each room, and it would follow that there are 24 individual air conditioning units on the roof. So things like that suggest that they're taking it seriously and that they intend to follow through with that LEED certification. And I've gone and rambled, and I forgot your last question, Commissioner Huff.
Square footage of
Square footage. Thank you. Although I don't know offhand, I do know it's larger than 20,000 square feet because the community impact study was required. But if you'll give me a moment while Jan is answering the parking, I can look through the reports and verify that for you.
Thank you.
Jana, go ahead, Ms. Ecker. Could you unmute her, Eric? Thank you.
Yes, when this ordinance was set up to allow for the payment into a parking assessment district into a parking fund, it was originally established at $15,000 per parking space required. We did come back and change that. I'm going to guess maybe 5, 6, 7 years ago. And we put in a qualifier so it wasn't just 15,000, but it would go up every year. So there's actually an equation that's in there that tells us how much they have to provide it. And it was based on the actual cost of a parking space at the time that we did that, plus a multiplier for inflation and so on.
Commissioner Baller.
So I'm a little confused. Where's that money going? Because they're not in the parking assessment district. We've had some conversations about that.
They are not, and the ordinance does not specify what fund this money would be placed in. It simply specifies that in lieu of parking, they can provide this amount per space that they're required to provide. Now, we have not had, and this came into effect, I think, in 2007 when the Triangle District Master Plan first came out. And since that time, we've had several people kick around the option of putting this money into and giving it to the city. Nobody has done it yet. So to be fair, we don't even have a specific fund established for this money to go into, but the ordinance does permit it.
And sorry, one follow-up question, please.
Go ahead.
How much money are we talking about here?
I'm going to give you a ballpark of about 25,000 a space.
Times how many spaces?
Nick, do you remember that number? How many they needed?
Off the top of my head, I apologize, I don't.
But you
Well, it's
got a
based
ballpark?
on- What's that?
You got a ballpark?
It's based on the number of spaces that they would need because of the additional square footage. So let's see.
Is it between 50, 75, Jenna, somewhere there?
They're planning 24 units.
They're planning 24 units, correct, but it's the additional square footage that's permitted in the upper floors, and then it's based on 1 per 300 for those upper floors. So we would take the 2 upper floors that are the bonus floors, divide by 300, and the total there would be the number of parking spaces they would have to pay money to the city for. It ends up being fairly substantial sum of money.
It sounds like.
And that's probably why nobody has done that in the past. So.
And we're committed to segregating that money, right?
Well, it doesn't say that in the ordinance. I think I defer to the city manager on that. Presumably that's the case.
Yes, the answer is yes. And I'll let Commissioner Nikita go ahead with his comment, and then Mr. Mark H., I'll give you the floor as I see your hand raised. So to hear your comment, maybe you'd like to answer some questions too. Go ahead, Commissioner Nikita.
Yes, thank you. Well, we're looking to approve or deny the special land use permit, final site plan and design review application. So one of the things that on a building like this is a substantial structure. It's not a simple thing. It's a relatively impactful project. And the question really is about, it's a part of our review here is the impact of this structure to the adjacent properties, especially in this area where there's sensitivity of a mix of uses, residential and other uses here. One of the things that we required years ago when I was in the planning board, we kept getting plans that didn't show all the adjacent structures and their proximity to the proposal. So we included a requirement that mandated that the applicant needed to bring a site plan that actually showed the adjacent properties. So I guess I asked Jana, if I could, Mr. Mayor, to clarify what, because what I'm seeing, and I looked through these drawings probably 4 times looking for what I'm looking for, and I see the site perimeter and its proximity to 100 feet and 50 feet and 200 feet. I see the existing conditions and proximity to other things, but I don't see the building plan, the proposed building plan on the site showing the adjacent properties to the west specifically and to the south specifically, across the alley and the buildings to the south, and then to the west, which are the buildings directly across Elm Street, and their proximity to what is planned to be a 0 lot line 76-foot building. So it's a relatively impactful project, and I don't know how far the distance is of these adjacent properties, and this is part of what we need to review. So I guess I'm wondering if we have that information, and I'd surely like to know what that is, the proximity, and really what our requirement is, and if it's not met here.
Well, I will tell you that there was a lot of discussion about that at the planning board. I'm trying to recollect if it was photos, but I'm pretty sure that there were plans, at least, that were shown at the board meetings, because there are a couple of single-family residential homes that are just to the east from there. And we did have quite a lot of discussion about the height and how it would impact those folks in their backyards. And we actually postponed it at one point and made the applicant go and talk to that neighborhood association, who in fact did provide their support for the project, which was surprising given all the, potential impacts on there. But we did in fact look at the proximity across the street. The planning board wasn't so much concerned about across Elm Street as they were with the residential homes to the east.
Mr. Mayor,
Go ahead.
if you could, Jana, could you clarify my question about what's required? And that still doesn't answer the question of, we are here to review the proposal, and I'm gathering these questions that the planning board had are questions that I have. Maybe other commissioners have, but I know I have when I look at this, and this is incomplete in my mind as far as understanding what is, what the impact of this building is on the adjacent structures and the adjacent community, inhabitants, one way or another, whatever uses they happen to be. And this is what we're asked to review and approve. So that's why I'm not seeing that information, and that's, it troubles me.
I can answer that, Jana. I pulled up the ordinance just to clarify, and what I believe you're talking about is what we've called the existing conditions plan, which we had defined, and it's in the ordinance as all site plans submitted for review and approval must show the subject site in its entirety, must include all property lines, building and structures, and must show the same details for all adjacent properties within 200 feet of the subject site's property lines. So although your point is well taken in that it's hard to really gauge the impact on what they've submitted, we felt that they did submit that existing conditions plan as it's required, and that it would be somewhat hard to gauge the impact of the height and the bulk from such a bird's eye view. We don't require 3D renderings or streetscape models for things like this, at least currently. And I guess I hope I answered your question, at least in terms of the rules and why we felt comfortable moving forward with that plan.
Other commissioners, questions? Commissioner Fowler?
Is the massing of this building significantly different than the massing of All Seasons 1?
Not necessarily. It's a bit taller because of the rooftop use. It'll feel a little bit taller, but both the 4th and 5th floors are stepped back. So that's the only really difference in massing that I would say that exists, because the All Seasons development does not step back. So in theory, it should feel the same from the street, and the step backs help, but it is taller, and it is the same 0 lot line type development.
Mayor?
Go ahead.
It's a public hearing, and I'm wondering if there's any public here to hear from.
Public, none. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes,
Lund.
I wanted to comment on the LEED certification. In reading the minutes of the planning board meetings, several members suggested that they hoped that the developers intended to get a significant certification level because of the value of the 2 stories. But the score sheet we have shows that right now they're aiming for a very minimal certified level, 40 being the least points you can get, and their preliminary score sheets at 44, and you're getting points for things like non-toxic pest control and access to transit, rather than LEED certified building components or building processes or sustainable building processes. So I would, again, I'd like to ask, what level of LEED certification are they aiming for? And if they don't meet it, what do? You don't take the 2 stories off the building. So what are the consequences for somebody promising but not fulfilling?
Well, I'll leave it, if you don't mind, Mayor Pro Tem. I believe Mark Highland would be able to tell you better what level. I'm familiar with what levels there are, as in silver, gold, platinum, etc. But I would like Mark to answer that. But in terms of enforcement, I do know that, let's say that they, again, hypothetically, that they build it and they aren't certified, it is possible to retrofit buildings and get LEED certified that way. Although, as Mark himself has expressed, that would be much more expensive and time consuming. So what he stated in the planning board review, that it's in their best interest to make sure that they hit it now during the build. I'm not sure that we've ever, and Jenny can back me up, I'm not sure we've ever had to enforce anything like that.
We have not, and obviously if that was the case, they would not be able to occupy the additional square footage, and they would be required literally to remove that mass, which obviously they're not going to want to do, so they're going to bring it into compliance with LEED standards. This is something the planning board has asked on a couple of recent projects. We just quite simply haven't had to deal with it yet. Originally, though, I will tell you, in the ordinance, we had it at a LEED silver level. I don't know if that was actually approved as LEED silver, but originally it was talked about requiring LEED silver, and that was not put into the ordinance.
All right, commissioners, I'd like to, since no further discussion, I'd like to close the public hearing. But before I do so, Mr. Mark H., do you wanted to say anything?
Absolutely. Just
Go
wait.
ahead.
Yeah, hi, Mark Highland. I'm with the BezTech companies. Also with me is our engineer, John Thompson, and our architect, Zane Bogarts. If you have any technical questions for them. In addressing these comments, I just wanted to let you know that we actually did keep our awnings. We did change the dimensions of them so they fit within the setbacks where they were required. So we still have we'll call it the swag, the pretty appliance to the exterior of the building to make some more visual interest. Regarding the LEED requirements, this process is the same everywhere you go. It's the standard LEED process. What we're doing is we're going through the design requirements, and yes, there are some, we'll call them easier things to get. We'd be silly not to get them, quite frankly, because some of the other ones go well beyond what we can do, such as sorting of all the materials and recycling everything. We don't have a large site. We're not going to have extra room to pile everything up on it. So some of those other criteria, we have no hope or chance of meeting. But what we're doing is the base certification is required is 40 points, and that would get us LEED certification. But we also understand the process where we've gone through it on a different site we're working on as well. We currently, the checklist we provided, the scorecard we provided shows we had 44.5 points so far. And since that was submitted, we've continued our design process. We're streamlining the efficiency of the utilities, all the HVAC and everything else. We're looking for the initial or increase in water savings, everything we can find. And so our goal is to get way more points than we would need to qualify, only because we understand that LEED is very strict, and when they come back in, they might not accept a couple of things. So we want to make sure we get well past the minimum requirement, and if we get up to the next certification level, that'd be great. But right now we're working on achieving the LEED certification, and if we don't get it the first time, we do have to go back and do some retrofitting, which we can do. We can even swap out different mechanical devices and things like that, but we don't really have the option to not be certified. It's just too detrimental to the entire project. So we will be certified. Regarding the additional heights with the LEED certification and then with the contribution to the future parking fund, I'd just like to note that we are contributing to the parking fund to get the additional stories, but it's not because we can't come up with enough parking. We actually park ourselves on our site. we meet the parking requirements and exceed them. So this money will go to benefit parking in the Triangle District, which eventually will probably help everybody in the area, but we're not doing it because we can't otherwise fit the building in that we show. So we're in conformance for the parking. Regarding the impacts to the adjacent buildings, we went through a lot of those discussions with the Planning Commission, and we've created the renderings to show the building and what it's going to look like. The other thing I want to point out is that the buildings in that area are very, so they're very old, quite frankly. And I know they're in good shape, but I would expect they're going to be replaced eventually with something newer. And so we're building to what the Triangle District wants to be. And we're trying to be sensitive to what's there now. But we really want to kind of maximize what we could do with the Triangle District, because it's kind of important to help the city realize its vision. If everybody aims low, there's not a whole lot of progress. So we're trying to make progress with this area, and we tried to keep the building so that it works well with our existing building. Similar colors, similar materials, but enough difference to differentiate it. Because as Nick said, we're trying to market to a little bit younger senior, someone who's not quite ready for that communal living. And so we're hoping that works out well. Regarding the existing conditions plan, when we were told that we needed to provide that, we actually talked with staff and found out the criteria. So what we've provided is what was required by the city at the time. We have had a meeting with the neighborhood homeowners association president, and at a meeting at the first public hearing for this project, he was fairly set against the appearance of it and thought it actually didn't work well with the neighborhood. We went back, we made numerous revisions and improved the window styling, improved the materials, added some contrasting colors to the building. And on our second meeting with him, he actually was very receptive to the appearance of it now. So we have been working also with the neighborhood association to try and get this to fit in as well as we can. So right now we've addressed all the planning comments as far as I can tell. We submitted them, but it wasn't in time for Nick to do a full review. But we wanted to show the city we're working hard to meet all the requirements that are put in front of us for this, because we're developers, but we're also long-term owners. We have properties we developed 40 some years ago that we're still maintaining and improving. We want to be good neighbors. We want to be good citizens in the city. And so we're going to do the things that we're required to do by the city. We're not going to try and skimp or anything like that. We just hope that you can see and accept that we're doing what we can to work with the city, to work with the neighbors, and we just want to come up with a very good development for the city and for us. So hopefully you can see the value in this, and I will take any questions you may have.
Sir H, I do have a question and want to give the floor to also Mr. Marcus. He had to say a few comments. I do recall, I don't know if it's a couple of years ago, last year, with all season one, we had to free up one of our parking meter on the street in order for our fire department EMS, in order to maneuver their vehicle in the most efficient way to get in the building and get out. Are you familiar with what I'm talking about, or no?
I am not. That would have probably happened a little later in the process.
Yes, it was. So anyhow, my question to you was, you mentioned this is a younger age population that you're trying to target. Can you elaborate? What does that mean? Are you good? What's the difference between the one you're building from the one that you already have?
Oh,
briefly.
Yes, the state requirement for senior is 55 and over. None of our residents in that existing building are 55. None of them in the other ones we built are 55. Almost everybody moves into our building in their mid 70s or later. And so while we have to restrict the age to the senior building to 55, that's never become a problem. In this case, though, because it's detached, it's still in proximity, so they have the services, but because it's detached, because there isn't the constant monitoring of staff, it's more of an apartment that's designed to make life easier for seniors, but it'll be for seniors who aren't quite ready for the main building yet. They would like it more free and not have so much restrictions.
Yeah, that answered my question. Mostly young, independent retiree.
It would be the people who we don't get into our regular building. This would be the people that are like 55 to.
Which is we're assuming and we're hoping will be less EMS calls and emergency calls for that building versus the other. That's where I'm going with the conversation.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Mr. Marcus, you had a comment?
Yeah, Jana, in reviewing the approval language, there's a number of conditions, or Nicholas, that are stipulated. Do they go specific to the LEED standards? Or do you think that they generally require the LEED standards as a part of that approval process for the SLUP and the site plan and the other approvals?
They absolutely require the LEED certification. It's not part of the SLUP necessarily. It's frankly just part of the final site plan and approval for the building. So it's required either way. Is that what your question was?
Yeah, and so your position would be that you would hold up occupancy until that issue had been addressed?
Absolutely.
I just wanted that clarified for the commission so they understand that that's definitely conditional as we move forward. And quite frankly, I think working with this developer, if they came back to us and said they had not actually met at that time those requirements, that we'd have some discussion, and probably if that was going to be a big issue, to be elevated to the city commission at that point. Otherwise, we'd expect that it'd be accomplished.
If I may add to that.
Go ahead with the last comment, please.
Part of it is a requirement that when we submit for building permits, we have to actually submit our final scorecard, which will show how many points we're actually attempting to earn. And we understand there's a large, long drawn out testing process as well, where we have to hire an outside agency to come in and test the air quality, test the tightness, check all the materials, follow the details through, and review everything. I mean, in each room has to pass, or none of it passes. So there's a long drawn out process in this before we will be given certification. It's not an easy road.
I'm glad you stated that, because recognizing that it may delay the actual occupancy permit in this process until all of that testing is done.
I only have Crestboard here, but I'm going to knock on it just because it's not that bad. Hopefully we get it through first time.
Okay. With that, commissioners, I'd like to close the public hearing soon. Commissioner Hoff?
Yes. I'd like to know, I have two questions. First of all, I want to know, is there anyone here representing the residents nearby or the other businesses nearby? And Mayor, maybe when you ask for public comment, maybe you'll get that, because I'd like to get some input, because as I looked at this, the building will be significantly taller than what's around there, even taller than All Seasons, which is 3 stories. And so this will be 5, and I'd like to get a little input from the people in that area. And my question for Mr. Highland is, if this is approved, when is it anticipated that this construction will start, and when is it anticipated that you will complete this?
First, I'd like to clarify that the existing All Seasons is 4 stories for a majority of the building. It drops down to 3 where we're closer than 100 feet to the nearest residence. So we followed the ordinance that was set up in that way. So this one will be 1 story taller, but in mass, it's going to appear very similar because the other building is significantly a larger footprint compared to this one. And then for construction, our goal is to work our way through this process, get approvals, get our construction plans approved, and the demolition plans for the building approved. And then we would probably start on the demolition early in the spring if we can, and then on the site maybe in the summer. It's kind of hard to tell because we got a big process to get through up to that point. But we'll be starting it as soon as we can.
Okay, commissioners, Commissioner Host.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like you to ask our city attorney if all the SLUP language henceforth includes the paragraph that gives the city some authority over the issuance of that SLUP.
Ms. Kucharik, was that clear of a question?
No, I'm sorry, I couldn't hear Commissioner Host.
Go ahead, Commissioner Host. Clarified. Are you saying if we approve the SLUP, go ahead with your question.
I think you're going to have it, Mr. Mayor. Does it include the paragraph that gives us the authority to revoke the SLUP?
Does the SLUP that's in front of you now or will be associated with this particular project have a revocation portion to it? Is that your question?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Dupuy. I have
Yes.
not seen the particular SLUPs, but I would assume the answer is yes, because that's new language added to our SLUP.
Henceforth, right? Henceforth.
As far as
Yes,
I know, yes.
We're getting thumbs up from our city planner and our director, Jenna Ecker and Ms. Dupuy. So, and Ms. Kucharik is agreeing, I hope. Jenna, would you like to say something?
I just wanted to read it. Be it further resolved, it's right in your SLUP resolution that failure to comply with any of the above conditions shall result in termination of the special land use permit.
Here we go. You got it, host? Clear. Awesome. All right. Any questions for the applicants or for Jana or for any from the public? I don't see any public. Commissioners, I'd like to close the public hearing at this time. Oh, Mr. Reagan, I don't know if you raised your hand before I close the public hearing, but do you mind waiting till we have a further motion or discussion and I'll give you the floor, please? Commissioner Sherman, go ahead.
I'm going to move the suggested resolution.
Great. We have a motion. Any second? Seconded by Commissioner Baller.
And it's a motion to approve.
Motion to approve. Thank you for clarifying that, Commissioner Sherman. With that, any comment on the motion by the commission? Commissioner Nikita.
Yeah, a couple of things relative to the motion. One is this is an example of alternative housing that has been discussed a lot lately. And I appreciate the idea of our residents who would like to stay in Birmingham as they grow older to have options for that to happen. So this corresponds with that concept. And I think that that's a valid point to bring up. Two other things as far as the approval, when we're asked to, and I already mentioned this, but I want to clarify one thing. When we're asked to approve something, we need to have as much information as possible so we can understand the proposal as much as possible. One thing that I heard from the applicant is that there were a series of images that were done for the purpose of planning board approval. And I don't see those represented in our packet. So I would suggest in the future that we have as much information as possible that's been presented to the planning board for us to make the same kind of decision that they have to, because we have to ultimately approve it just like the planning board does. And lastly, I would say in reference to Nick's comment about what was required, I don't think this was sufficient. I want to point out for future applications that the adjacent properties need to be shown with the existing proposal or the proposed property or the proposed project to be included. And that's not part of this package. So I think this is less than ideal. And I would hope that future projects that we see that have to be approved in this manner have the appropriate information so we can make the best decision possible. Thank you.
All right. Any further comment from the commissioners? From the public on the motion, please. Mr. Paul Reagan, go ahead with your comment.
Yes. The comment I have is related to Commissioner Nikita's questions about the supporting documentation being absent. And that is with regard to the surrounding homeowners, it was contended that they were supportive of that. I'm wondering what documentation is there of that? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reagan. Any other public comment, or Jana, would you like to answer that question, Mr. Reagan had, or any person? From
I
the
believe
comment that
it's-
made before from the association support, is that you made that comment or Mr. Dupuy? But you
It was
can,
me. It was
go
me.
ahead.
And that comment came from the previous head of the neighborhood association. I'm not sure if he still is. And I'm drawing a blank on his name, Doug Feehan.
Okay. All right, thank you, Jana. I think with no further comment, I just want to say myself, thank you for all season team. I think you've been a great addition to our community. And thank you for keeping the interest of reviving more that area, as Mr. Highland had mentioned. Yes, we do need more development in that area, and wish you best of luck. And I hope you can meet every checklist so you can succeed with your investment and with your project.
We will absolutely meet them all.
Thank you so much. With that,
Thank you for
I'll
your
ask-
time and your considering.
Thank you. With that, clerk, would you please call the roll?
Did Nick have something to say? His hand is up.
Nick, or he's scratching his beard?
A little both. I can wait, or I just wanted to clarify that it is actually minuted. Some of the stuff that those people said, specifically even Mr. Feehan's comments, are all in the planning board minutes that were provided. So if you want to take a look at that, that's
Great. Thank you for the clarification. With that, we'll go straight to the roll call, please.
Commissioner Sherman?
Yes.
Commissioner Baylor?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Long?
Yes.
Commissioner Hoff?
Yes.
Commissioner Host?
Yes.
Commissioner Nikita?
Yes.
Mayor Boutros?
Yes. Mr. Marcus, you had something to add?
For the next day.
Oh, for the next, I got it. Okay, we're good with that. We'll go to the next item. Thank you, Mr. Highland. Have a wonderful evening. We have a resolution to adopt resolution number to affirm and approve the master plan review and adoption process for the first draft of the 2040 plan to the final public hearing to consider adoption of the final draft of the Birmingham 2040 plan. And before I hand it to the planning director, Jana Ecker, I think I would have Mr. Marcus to comment on that, please, and give us some feedback and a background on this.
Before Commissioner Baylor asked where this came from, I'm going to tell him it came from me. I asked the planning director to prepare this resolution, in part because this process has gone on for some time, in part because of COVID kind of interrupted the process. And I think it's been recently in front of the plan board on more than a couple of occasions. And I think that the public needed to understand that this is a direction of the city commission, not that everything in the plan is going to be approved ultimately by the plan board or the city commission. But I wanted to make sure that the public understands that this is under ultimately the purview of the city commission and that it has a long process yet to go. So I asked Jana and the planning staff to prepare this resolution so that we were on record from the city commission level indicating that this was a process that ultimately is subject to the final approval of the city commission, and they have them have the resolution state what the remaining process is. And honestly, to give maybe the plan board a little cover in terms of the city commission stepping up and saying that the remaining process has a ways to go, and it's likely that there are changes that'll occur to this plan.
Well explained. I don't know if he left you anything to say, Ms. Sackert. I'm just entertain any questions from the commissions, unless you wish to say.
I just want to
Well, go
add
ahead.
one thing because that was a perfect explanation. I just wanted to point out that the summary of comments and requests for revisions will be considered by the planning board this week on Wednesday night. And then those comments and the direction will be forwarded on to the city commission within the next couple of weeks. So.
Thank you, Ms. Sackert. Commissioners, questions? Commissioner Hoff.
Yes, in reading it over, just as Mr. Marcus said, we're way behind on this. This has, there was a time schedule, and then I don't remember what it is, but we're behind. In this, what we're approving tonight, is there any timing established? When would we get the second draft?
It's in the resolution. It's estimated for May of this year. The second draft would be completed and then go through a 1 to 4 meeting public review and comment period at the planning board, depending on the extent of the changes. And then a final draft would come, then after the end of the discussion on the second draft, it's envisioned there'd be a joint meeting between the planning board and the city commission before the completion of a final draft. And then a final draft, I don't have an estimated date in there. It depends if we do 1 planning board meeting to review it or 4. Once we get to the final draft, however, we do have to follow the state guidelines for master plan review process, and it's a 60-day mandatory notice period. So let's say I think it's fair to say we're hoping maybe by October we would have a final draft with a 60-day notice period and take it to the city commission for planning board towards the end of the year. So that's at least the ballpark. Hoping to wrap it up by the end of the year, no guarantee.
Okay, Commissioner Host, sorry, Commissioner Hoff, I'll get back with you.
You know, Jana in her letter dated the 3rd states in point 4 that the city commission review the summary from the planning board regarding the recommended revisions for the first draft and the recommended direction, etc. Last October 19th, we were a few days from meeting with the planning board, a joint meeting to discuss the first draft. And the first draft will be finished, as Jana said, this Wednesday. In January, we postponed that meeting in October to January, and then we agreed, I thought, that we were going to do it in late March or early April. I think it's not right that we don't meet with the planning board to discuss this first draft before that second draft is even in the works. And I thought that was the intent of last October's meeting, which thanks to COVID, we now pushed off to later in March or early April. Consider that a question, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, Ms. Eckert, can you elaborate on his question?
Yes, I'll do the best that I can. My recollection was that I think Commissioner Host, it was you that brought that up at the city commission level. And I think it was determined not to hold a joint meeting. And I believe the direction was to have this as one of your workshop topics prior to a city commission meeting, but I would defer to the city manager on that, but that was my recollection.
Yeah, I don't recall that at the time Mr. Marcus was here, but
I plead ignorance. I wasn't here.
Yes, he wasn't here. Commissioner Host, do you want to add something to that?
Yes, I want to differ with Jana, and the reason would be the reason we pushed it to January or February in last October was due to the slowing down of the public process to get through draft 1. And in January, I mentioned that the planning board was most interested in meeting with us after their meeting, which will be March 10th, but sometime afterwards. I do not in any way construe that we should not be meeting with them, whether it's in a workshop or a special meeting. I think it's imperative that we sit down with them and go over the themes and what we agree to, so to speak. I thought that was the intent of the October meeting to begin with.
Alex, I mean, again, I don't recall myself Commissioner Host. I do remember the conversation so well as many other commissioners. I can't speak for everyone that yes, because of COVID, we postponed it. And with the change of the management also, that was one of the main reason also that we need to defer it to different date. And here we are, but I don't remember the specifics, whether is it a joint meeting or is it a planning board or is it a work session? I don't recall what had we really finalize the consensus of the commission on that. I mean, commissioners, do you recall, Commissioner Hoballer?
No, I find that the discussion beside the point.
Yeah, go ahead.
And the point that I'm curious about, and I would like some clarification on, is the expectation that you have, staff, and the planning board might have for our input on the first draft. Maybe you're expecting us just to review it and not give input. I mean, my impression of the process so far is that the planning board is sort of the nexus for all of the input from all different sources, and they're directing the consultant. So I'm wondering if you're asking 7 more cooks to come into the kitchen?
Is that your question?
You can answer, Ms. Ecker.
Well, it gets a little, generally speaking, under state law, a planning commission has the jurisdiction to give all the specific direction and adopt a master plan, but we don't have a planning commission, we have a planning board, which makes a little bit of a distinction, and therefore the ultimate final draft of the master plan will be adopted by the city commission because we don't have a planning commission. That being said, what we have always done in the past is follow the procedure where the planning board would go through and do a lot of the review process, give a lot of direction, but ultimately it has to come to the city commission. So in the planning board's packet for Wednesday night, there is a letter that came in from DPZ and the consulting team, and it summarizes all of the different comments that we heard from the public repeatedly on topics that, okay, maybe we should make, I'll give a few easy examples. Okay, maybe the master plan draft is too long, simplify it. Then another one, you know, there are too many seams. Do we agree with seams? If so, should there be far less? Where should we, you know, take away the lot combination areas, this kind of thing. So the planning board will be discussing that general direction on Wednesday and then providing their comments and their direction to you, which will then come back to you at a later date for you to verify, agree, disagree, etc., and provide your feedback to the consultants who will then make the changes based on that direction to the first draft and come up with the second draft in May. Does that answer your question?
So I think you're saying yes. You want more cooks in the kitchen. You want us to, you're asking us to give the definitive direction on the first draft.
Well, I don't know that in the end, you're the ones that make the ultimate call on whether to approve it, unlike in other communities where there's a plan.
At the end of the process.
At the end of the process.
This is the middle of the process I'm talking about.
We are wanting to get the city commission's feedback and discussion and direction. Yes. Is there a definitive group? That's a tough question, but I think we're actually all in a lot more agreement than it seems like from what you hear out there.
Commissioner Hoff?
If I'm not mistaken, we saw the first draft. Didn't the commission get the first draft? Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes, we got the first draft. And the planning board is taking comments on the first draft. That's what the public is reacting to, is the first draft.
Yeah.
And now they're going to take those comments and revise the draft and come up with a second draft. Or maybe they're going to revise it. We don't know what they're going. The firm, DPZ, is going to take the comments and then complete a second draft which will eventually come to the city commission. Isn't that the process?
Yes.
But we already saw the first draft.
Yes, it was way back in October of 2019.
Right. And the main comment that came out of the commission was, it's too long. Streamline it. That was the main comment. I don't recall comments about each single item that the public is now commenting on. I don't recall that that came up at the commission.
So Jenna, in brief summary, so we need to wrap this as Commissioner, if you want the meeting to end by 10, we better move quicker. It's 9:25, just a reminder of the time. So Jenna, from here, we approve this. Just tell us 1, 2, 3, as you mentioned earlier, to elaborate on Commissioner Host's comment also. You mentioned a joint meeting, but can you elaborate what we approve this, then what? Don't give me dates, don't give me just on the 30,000 feet level, what's next on the next 3 steps that we're gonna do here?
Planning board summarizes and reviews the comments, all synthesized from the public over the past year and a half. Provides agreement with the direction based on the comments that we heard from the public. Second, the city commission will do the same after the planning board has done that. Third, DPZ will prepare a second draft based on those that direction and the revisions that result in May. Then once the planning board holds a review of the second draft, that is the time at which the revised process envisions a joint meeting, which would be give or take June, when we would normally have a joint meeting anyway.
Thank you, Ms. Secker. I'm very well aware of it, and because now we put things on hold because of COVID. That refreshment is great. I don't foresee any issue what we have tonight. Commissioner Host and Commissioner Baller's comment, well taken, but I think everything's clear in front of us, and it's a great process, and we just need to flow and go with the flow. Commissioner Nikita, please go ahead with your comment.
I'd like to move this
Yes.
suggested resolution.
Thank you.
Second.
It's seconded by Commissioner Sherman. Any comment on the motion by the commissioners? By the public? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll?
Nikita,
Yes.
Commissioner Sherman,
Yes.
Commissioner Ballard,
Yes.
Commissioner Hopf,
Yes.
Commissioner Host,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Long,
Yes.
Mayor Boutros.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. We move to item C. We have a resolution to approve the resolution adopting a policy relative to the review and granting of poverty exemption by the city and the updated hardship application. And I do believe we have our Deputy Treasurer, Mr. Jack Todd, with us.
Yes,
Go ahead, Mr. Todd, the floor is yours.
thank you, Mayor Boutros. So each year in January, the city provides a hardship application for residents that want to apply for taxable value reduction. The hardship application must comply with the poverty exemption statute established by state law. Residents may have their application reviewed by the Board of Review in March, July, or December. Public Act 253 was enacted in December of 2020 and requires the city to adopt a new resolution, which includes making changes to policy and procedure guidelines in regards to the hardship application. The Board of Review must determine if an applicant meets income, assets, and other guidelines as required by state statute. Prior to the legislation being passed, the Board of Review would grant a taxable value reduction based on a formula as determined by established guidelines. The new legislation states that if an applicant is eligible for a reduction in taxable value, the board may grant the applicant either full exemption equal to 100% or partial exemption equal to 50 or 25%. Any change in taxable value outside of these 3 exemptions must be approved by the State Tax Commission. Other changes that must be made to comply with Public Act 253 involve updating language in the application. This includes making it clear that only the Board of Review can grant or deny poverty exemption, and clarifying that the federal income levels used on the hardship application are those adopted in the prior tax year. I have collaborated with our assessor at Oakland County on how other municipalities are handling the legislation. and our city attorney has reviewed the legislation and updated our hardship application to reflect the necessary changes to comply with Public Act 253. If the resolution is approved, I will update the city website to show the amended hardship application. In summary, the resolution adopting a policy relative to the review and granting of poverty exemptions and the hardship application must be approved to comply with the poverty exemption statute in Public Act 253 of 2020.
Thank you, Mr. Todd. Straightforward, commissioners. Do we have any questions? Commissioner Hall.
I thought that you had to specify whether you were granting 100%, 50%, or 25%. But as I read this resolution, I see that the Board of Review has the flexibility to determine which percentage. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. One of those three percentages.
Okay, and we don't have to specify in advance.
No.
50%, and then everyone who gets a hardship exemption gets 50%.
You're correct. We don't specify in advance. It's one of the three based on the individual's situation.
Okay, commissioners.
If there's no comment, I'll move this. Oh, there is.
Commissioner Sherman, you have a question or you want to move the suggested resolution?
Well, I'll let Commissioner Hoff move it, but I'll just ask the city attorney. The policy and guidelines that are here are just our updated guidelines from 2007 to reflect the changes in the law, correct?
Is correct. There
Okay.
are reflective of the resolution, and they are reflective of the changes to the statute.
Okay.
Nothing more, nothing less.
Perfect. I'll let Commissioner Hoff make the motion.
Commissioner
if
Hoff,
she
go
would
ahead
like.
with your motion, please.
I move the suggested resolution.
Great.
I'll second.
And seconded by Commissioner Sherman. Comment on the motion by the commissioners, by the public? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll?
Commissioner Hall,
Yes.
Commissioner Sherman,
Yes.
Commissioner Host,
Yes.
Commissioner Nikita,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Long,
Yes.
Commissioner Baylor,
Yes.
Mayor Boutros.
Yes, thanks, Alex. And we move to item item D, to approve the October 21st, 2020 invoice in the amount of $9,360 in approval of the city manager authorized emergency repair of the Chester Street parking structure elevator agreement in the amount of $11,611. Commissioners, any questions? Commissioner Sherman,
I'm just going to move the suggested resolution.
Second.
seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Long. Any comment on the motion? I see none. Public? None. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Commissioner Sherman,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Long,
Yes.
Commissioner Host,
Yes.
Commissioner Nikita,
Yes.
Commissioner Baylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Hoff,
Yes.
Mayor Boutros.
Yes, thank you. We go to item E, under new business, resolution to approve the following. Resolution to continue the revised temporary signage regulations due to COVID-19. Resolution to continue the revised temporary COVID-19 off-season outdoor dining standards. And resolution to waive parking fees charged for monthly permit parking holders and all other fees in all parking structure until June 30th, 2021. All parking fees including but not limited to monthly permit parking fees and gate fees shall assume effective July 1st, 2021. Commissioner, yes.
First of all, I'd like to tell you that I apologize for the misspelling that instead of assume, it should be resume effective July 1st. So all the fees would automatically resume July 1st.
Okay, well, we kind of understood it that way, even though we read it wrong, right? Yes, thank you for the clarification, Mr. Hawk. So we'll eliminate assume and replace it by resume. And that's the resolution we have in front of us. Commissioner, discussion, questions, comment? Commissioner Host.
the resolution to waive the parking fees may be the only way we're gonna go, but I would like to see, like I did the last time, I wanna see the gates down. We need data, talking 35, 37%, and we don't even know who they are. We need data to go forward to make good decisions in our parking system. Without the gates being down, we have nothing to work with.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Host.
If I could address that, one of the attachments is the revenues for the period ending February 28th. And what you'll see is that the city's only collected 6% of revenues so far this year. 34 in all of the parking structures, 34% of anticipated revenues on our street parking. So overall, we've only got 14%. And again, as I pointed out, we ended the last fiscal year with a surplus over $20 million, representing over a 300% fund balance.
Commissioner Sherman.
Now, I appreciate the request for information because information is always relevant, but I think that information we just got, the fact that the on-street meters are only collecting 34% of what we would have anticipated tells us that we're not going to get any relevant data as to who's parking in the deck at this moment. We really have to wait for people to start returning to an ordinary routine for us to actually obtain relevant data. So I would just move the suggested resolution as it is.
Is that a second, Mayor Pro Tem Long?
No, I had a question.
Okay,
Second.
let's wait for that. Seconded by Commissioner Nikita. Yes. Mayor Pro Tem, comment on the motion or a question? Go ahead.
Yes, with regards to the off-season outdoor dining standards, so with the requirement that people reapply for permits, this will continue what's currently allowed until June 30th, 2021. But I'd like just a clarification on July 1, 2021, we return to our normal summer outdoor dining standards then, dining outdoor requirements as far as platform size and no external structures and so forth?
Yes, we would.
Yeah, my understanding is yes. Am I right, Mr. Marcus, too? Yeah, Mr. Hawk, you said yes, too?
Yes, we would.
Okay, yes.
Thank you.
Go ahead. Commissioner Hoff, you had a question?
Yeah, about that too. Does this mean that restaurants can keep up the outdoor igloos or plastic platforms until June 30th? Is that what we're saying? They can keep up all that plastic until June 30th?
I believe they can, but I doubt if they will. People want to be outdoors.
Yes.
Right. Well, that was my thinking. Why wouldn't we make it June 1st? The weather starts getting nice in June, and I don't know why we would want all this plastic up all over our streets. I mean, we had to have it in the winter. It was a way for the restaurants to do business. But now, when it starts warming up, people enjoy eating outside.
Yeah,
Commissioner Hoff, I believe these are not requirements. These are guidelines if they want to follow them. So I presume, as you do, that once the warm weather comes, all these igloos will come down and you'll just have tables out there on the platforms.
It's easier to be consistent, Commissioner Hoff, as we have been with the COVID-19 than start making exceptions to what they can and what they cannot. I do believe personally, again, speaking just for myself, I don't believe anybody going to sit in an igloo when it's 80 degrees outside. So probably the restaurant owners will choose to eliminate that, with the exception, Commissioner Hoff, nobody knows how COVID-19 is going to be. We're all hoping it's going to be behind us. We're all hoping some normalcy will come back to us. But they can keep it if they vent it with the fans if the health department's still keeping them at 25 or 50%. So I think it's a fair consistency that we've been doing with the restaurants. We keep it, and they choose to leave it, they leave it. But that's my comment. Commissioner Hoff, go ahead with your comment.
I'm not in any way saying be inconsistent. I'm
Yeah.
saying that I think the date should be sooner. It seems to me that on March 31st, they all have to reapply for a new permit. Those who have outdoor dining, is that correct? I mean, the platforms and the plastic.
Yes,
They have to reapply on March 31st.
by March 31st.
Yeah, do they have to pay another fee?
No, they would not have to pay a fee. But come July 1st, if they want the outdoor dining, they would have to apply at that point in time and pay a fee.
But that is the usual outdoor dining where they're on
Yes.
a platform or on the sidewalk.
That is correct.
Okay, I just think that as soon as the plastic can come down, it should. We want to encourage them when it's cold out for continue business, but in June to have plastic. And I hope you're right that the structures will come down.
Yeah. Okay, other comments, Commissioner Nikita. I'll come back with you, Commissioner Baller.
Relative to this issue, we talked about this before, but I don't think we had a definitive answer as to how to move forward. I think that there's a recognition, given this past year and going through the winter season, of some alternative opportunities for restaurants to use the outside in a different way than that we have in the past. We had a hard cut at November 1st before and a hard opening on April 1st. I think this has shown that there may be opportunity to activate the streets throughout the season, the winter season. So I understand the complexities of how that factors into liquor licenses, bistro licenses, and all that. And the question is, when are we going to review this by way of planning or the planning board or however we do this, so that we can have some recommendation to move forward, say next season, winter season, when we hopefully don't have a COVID issue, but we may find some restaurants wanting to do the winter conditions going forward. I think that that's a valid thing to consider, and we need
Yes.
to find a process to get us there.
Great comment, Commissioner Nikita. I echo you too with that. Jenna, Ms. Ecker, you have an answer to that on timing also, and that would really clarify a lot of the future decisions that we're going to make. But go ahead.
2 points. One, to Commissioner Nikita's question right now, when is the planning board going to take up this issue of allowing permanent outdoor dining enclosures potentially? They're going to be talking about that at least very briefly this Wednesday, when they're going to be filling out their action list and their recommendations for what they want to study next. And we have that direction, obviously, that came from the commission at the end of 2020. The second point I wanted to make was to Commissioner Hoff's comment about moving the date back a month. You could, of course, do that, but not only would that impact the enclosures, but it would also impact the extra size, because right now they're permitted to have a lot larger outdoor dining area than they would be under the pre-COVID standards. So that would force them to cut their size back as well. And I'm not sure if that's what you were intending.
Thank you, Ms. Ecker. Okay, Commissioner Baller, go ahead with your comment.
Yeah, I have several comments. The first comment is that a motion is on the table, and we've been asking questions and discussing this and not addressing the motion directly, and that's okay with me as long as we understand that we're setting some sort of precedent here where freewheeling discussion can continue after a motion is made. As far as the motion goes, this is not our usual type of motion. The suggested resolution is to make a motion to approve 2 resolutions, and they include 3 actions. One is about temporary signage, one is about outdoor dining standards, and one is about free parking in the parking structures. Personally, I support the signage and the outdoor dining portions of it, but I don't support the parking fees. We're talking about foregoing more or less another $1 million in revenue. We also are making zero progress in dealing with the long-term problem of parking permits and the waiting list on the permits. And so I just don't think the way I see vaccinations progressing and opening up coming, I think we're going to be wide open by July 1st. And it's just not necessary to forego that revenue and to put off dealing with the problem of permits. To me, Commissioner Host's comment on the data, yeah, I'd like to see data, but that's tertiary at best in my reading. So I'm sorry I can't support the resolution as it is made, and we that's all I'll say.
You got it. Okay, Mr. Marcus, you got a comment?
Yeah, I'd suggest that you take each of these actions by individual vote, and that gives everybody the opportunity to vote on the specific issue in each case.
Well, for the sake of the time, Mr. Marcus, I disagree with that. We have a motion already made, seconded. I'd like just to go for the roll call unless I want to hear from the public, and let's go for it. This has been in the past the same way that we do have certain commissioners don't like the waive of the parking fees, and I do fully respect that. I personally disagree. So many others. So let's go for the roll call, and for the sake of the time, we have public. I don't see any hands. Mr. Henke. Oh, Mr. Henke, go ahead. John Henke, go ahead with your comment.
Good evening, commissioners. As you know, I represent a fair amount of the restaurants in downtown, and I've reviewed the proposed revised temporary COVID off-season. A couple of questions or comments for you to consider. With all due respect to Commissioner Baylor, I don't think on July 1st that the entire state of Michigan is going to be reopened and suddenly we're going to be back to pre-COVID situation with across the board. Secondly, a number of other communities nearby us, and I've shared this with a number of the commissioners, have already extended both social districts and COVID dining provisions into 2022. I believe it's a bit short-sighted to cut this off at June 30th because and I apologize, it's two of the phrases that have been bounced around. The science and data don't suggest that by July 1st that these restaurants have recovered from what has taken place in the last year and a month. We need to protect those restaurants, and to do so means extending this further than the current proposal. You need to extend this into fall or into 2022 for them to actually recover what they've suffered in the last year. To try and get these restaurants to now go through a complete permitting process again, which means not only planning, fire department, police department, engineering with respect to the re-permitting, and then to deal with the Michigan Liquor Control Commission with respect to the resizing in June, puts a tremendous burden on every one of these restaurants. So I'd ask the commission to consider what I know was proposed at some point in time and then revised, was to take this revised outdoor dining at least into the fall to give these restaurants not only the time to consider what they're going to do in the outdoor dining, but then secondly, to not have to suffer the additional expense of having to go through all of those reviews and having our planning department having to go through all those reviews for what now is essentially 3 months. And I'm happy to answer any questions as to what I know my clients have done, both in the city and outside of the city, in trying to adapt.
Any questions, Commissioner
Yeah.
Bowler?
I'm sorry, maybe I didn't read this carefully enough. I thought only new applications had to go through this process. Are we saying that every restaurant that has erected some sort of outdoor dining structure has to be re-permitted? And the planning division has to go through all the paperwork for the exact same thing they've already approved?
Mayor?
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Hawk.
The intent of this is just to review on-site, do on-site inspections. If nothing's changed, we've already got their plans. We just want to make sure that everything they're doing is in conformance with the plan that they submitted. If somebody wants to do something more, then yes, they would have to go through that permitting process as well. And to address the prior comment, you adopted these COVID relief resolutions back in May, then again in August, and then again in November, extending them. And there's no reason, if the commission desires, why you couldn't revisit them again come June and consider extending it further.
Okay. Yeah, I was about to make that comment. Should the commission choose to extend it, then there's no reapplication or anything, we're just extending the date, correct, Mr. Hawk, on that?
Whatever you wish to do.
Okay, good. So that clarified the burden that also Mr. Hanke is mentioning, and he's right on that. Thank you, Mr. Hanke. Any other public comment on the motion? Seeing none? Will the clerk please call the roll?
Mr. Sherman,
Yes.
Mr. Nikita,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Long,
Yes.
Mr. Baylor,
No.
Commissioner Hawk,
Yes.
Commissioner Host,
No.
Mayor Boutros.
Yes. Okay, we move to item F under new business, commission discussion on item from prior meeting. I do believe we have none. Item G, commission items for future discussion. Commissioners, any items that would you like to make a motion for future discussion? For seeing none, that will conclude our new business. Next on our agenda is item removed from the consent agenda, already taken care of. Communications. Under communication, item A, we have a temporary COVID-19 outdoor dining resolution. Mr. Marcus, is that who's elaborating on that?
I believe that was a letter from Mr. Fuller that related to the previous conversation.
Oh, yes. I want to acknowledge that we have also received a letter from Mr. Ted Fuller with his concern about the approval, why we did not have approval from the adjacent neighbor of any restaurant establishment should they wish to extend their outdoor dining. We just want to acknowledge for the record that we have received your letter. And I do see Mr. Host waving at me, and I see you. I'm not gonna ignore that at all. I'm just finishing my sentence. Go ahead, you wanna comment on something, Mr. Host?
I certainly do. You know, we have attempted right along to be very nice to all the restaurants. Little did we know that some of them would take it right to the wall of infinity and attempt to overstep what we've tried to do. And it's nice that in this letter it's being pointed out how whatever agreement we had with the restaurants didn't give us any of the ability to reprimand them when they were unkind enough to overstep their bounds, whether it's in their physical presence in other people's property or abusing the state laws. But again, we've tried to help, and I want to go on record that it's upsetting that in the verbiage that we've been using with the restaurants, it was always our assumption that they would talk and get the approval of their neighbors. And they haven't done so, and it stinks.
Any other comments? Commissioner Hall?
I don't think I would express it quite as strongly, but I also feel that the restaurants that expanded dining in front of other retail stores, now that people are coming out more and there will be more foot traffic downtown, I really think that it would be a courtesy to talk to the neighboring businesses to ask if it's okay if they have their dining platform in front of that business, because it's important for people to be able to get into other stores easily, other businesses. So is there anything we can do about this? Can we encourage restaurants to talk to the neighboring retailers?
As I understand the language of the policy that was used, the policy specifically granted persons the right to expand in front of the neighboring property on parking spaces without having any discussion or approval from the adjoining property. Do I think that that was the right way to go? I can say easily in hindsight, that isn't the way I would have recommended the policy, but that was the policy. And so when you look at a facility like Ely's that only has maybe 20 front feet and their restaurant is indoor seating is severely restricted, it's likely that they're going to take full advantage. And unfortunately, our policy allowed that. That they didn't violate the policy. They may have violated the good neighbor policy, though, in the process. And I think that at least the communication should have occurred, even if the neighbor objected to it. I think it was really, you know, we handed the keys and they took full advantage of it. But I don't blame necessarily Ely's for doing it. I think that was, if anything, an error in our judgment to allow that to have happened.
Yeah, thank you, Tom. And it's a catch 2020. It's a tough decision. We were all under the pressure of COVID-19. Commissioners, as you recall, we were all eager to help the establishment. Yes. Also, on the other side, if you look at it, that also we don't want to go back to pitting a neighbor against neighbor. And also, if you look at I'm being the devil's advocate, I'm not advocating that a neighbor should not go knock on the door of his neighbor next door office or building or retailer and ask. Absolutely, you would assume, you would think we didn't have to put that in our ordinance, that's what the right thing to do. But again, it's a tough call. You know, had we also put it there, and you know what, two restaurants get along with their neighbors and expand their outdoor, but two others don't. So it's never a great situation for us. But you know what, it's done now. I would hope that every establishment, my message to the restaurants is to hopefully communicate on a open-minded with their neighbors and make sure they're okay to expand and work with them. That's all we can wish for right now at the time being. With that, we go to item B under communication. We had received a communication from Mr. Corey King Holland a communication on behalf of our Commissioner Stuart Sherman. And I do believe Mr. Marcus would elaborate on that a little bit and give us some.
I'll do an introduction and then I'll turn it over to our city attorney. Initially, this issue came to our attention as a request to speak on matters not on the agenda. Then the individual added written correspondence to us. And so my determination was to put that on correspondence to the city, which then changes the very definition of matters public comment on matters not on the agenda back to that particular item. We then received another letter today about this same issue, and with the idea that that would be discussed under public comments for matters not on the agenda. However, that letter also invoked Mr. Sherman's name and made some comments again, which to me places that back under communications as well. The individual, Mr. King, claims a physical ailment and has asked for an accommodation. He cannot speak. He has some difficulty speaking, according to him, and has asked us to actually read the letter, now letters, into the record. And I discussed this with the city attorney. The city attorney said that basically that was an accommodation that we should probably allow for. And so I'm going to turn it over to the city attorney, and the city attorney will explain further and then likely read the letters in a very timely fashion. Mary?
Yes, I will. Mr. King, KHII, has emailed us as he is, according to his own words, aphasic, and has made a reasonable request to accommodate his disability that his words be read. So I will read on his behalf an email today received Monday, March 8th at 1:30 p.m. Good evening. My name is Corey Holland Sr., but I go by King. I have been defrauded by your city commissioner and former mayor Stuart Sherman. Also, he tried to extort me for 50 grand after my catastrophic accident. I believe in telling the truth no matter the consequences. I'm a former drug kingpin and a Latin king and a felon. No one should be surprised by my affiliation with millionaires. Most of the drugs sent to poor communities of color is filtered through rich white suburbs. I once saw at least a megaton of cocaine in a Birmingham mansion. That's 1 million kilos. Because my extortion charge was by a corrupt attorney who was also drug related, I never trusted attorneys after that. From 2011 through 2013, my home in Mount Clemens, Michigan was raided over 30 times by the sheriff department. We're looking for proof of my criminal organization that doesn't exist. I left Macomb County due to corruption by their former prosecutor, Eric Smith, and a dirty cops, especially a cop named Greg Schnell, who came after me because he thought I was having an affair with his girlfriend. Nothing was ever found in the raids. I didn't even know who Deputy Shell's girlfriend was. All this because I stood up for a town that was terrified of its law enforcement officials. Meeting Birmingham Mayor, after leaving Macomb County, I meet Attorney Stuart Sherman. Commissioner never done wrong until I was unable to defend myself, and he feared I never would recover. I was in a horrible car accident on Valentine's Day of 2018, and I suffered several life-changing injuries, including but not limited to visual impairment and speech impediment called aphasia. Commissioner Sherman decided he would use my disabilities to enrich himself. I have asked for documents to be attached to the agenda. I was told they were under communications. I will let the documents speak for themselves. Commissioner Sherman is going to say a judge, Madison Heights Police, and the Attorney Grievance Commission have all looked into this allegation and dismissed it. What the commissioner will not tell you is the Judge Keith Hunt of Madison Heights, Michigan, once accused me of threatening to murder him and his entire family, but I was cleared of law enforcement. But I believe my eviction was revenge on his part, so he allowed the fake documents of Commissioner Sherman to be used. Also, he won't tell you Madison Heights Police committed fraud in my Valentine's Day accident, and that fraud has been proven. He will lie and say I lived rent-free for years. I have never taken charity from the commissioner. Also, new evidence that was just discovered in the last 6 months that no law enforcement agencies ever had seen prove my allegations against Commissioner Sherman. Why would I trust Commissioner Sherman? Because he told me he was the mayor of Birmingham, Michigan, and he was into real estate. This is just what I needed, someone who knew the real estate trade. I wanted to purchase the Pontiac Silverdome for $1 million in 2006. tear it down and build $100 million educational academy that focus was STEM education and the arts for poor Black and Puerto Rican children, that any poor child could attend the school. But the recession of 2008 dried up all my potential investors. So when I meet Commissioner Sherman in 2013 and he offered me the opportunity to work for his company, KMS Holding, and teach me about the trade of real estate, I thought this was a godsend. Instead, it turned out to be a con. Because of Commissioner Sherman's fraud, I ended up homeless. I lost everything, even my dogs I consider family. Sherman is corrupt. He gave a law firm hired by Warren Buffett a false affidavit to have my Valentine's Day accident suit thrown out. It didn't work. Criminalization. In 2017, I was accused of having a criminal organization with hired killers by Washtenaw County Judge Patrick Collins Jr. in open court. But once again, it was not true. Even though I'd been a law-abiding citizen for over 20 years, doesn't matter because of my skin color. Commissioner Sherman believes my past will prevent him from being prosecuted for these present crimes. He is mistaken. Thank you for your time. I just felt like Birmingham should know who is representing them. For more information about my case, my Instagram is King Kai at Malik _it's_Arabic_for Arab _King, or email me at hollandcustody@gmail.com. A second letter came in this afternoon that he also asked to have read into the letter as an accommodation for his disability, to which I determined was a reasonable request, and therefore we will accommodate, and I will read also. Hi, my name is King. I already have items on the agenda, but I wanted to speak about another issue, redemption. I want to speak to you today, but my aphasia is acting up lately. I have a brain injury from a car accident, but I want to speak about this subject. In a community like Birmingham, there are a lot of individuals who have experienced the American dream, and these same individuals could become powerful mentors, especially from poor communities I come from, like Pontiac, Michigan. My accident has limited what I can do now, but I wanted able-bodied people to continue where I left off. Many at-risk youth are thrown away like trash simply because they made mistakes. Many come from broken homes where physical abuse leads them to being homeless, such as myself when I was 13. Some experience sexual abuse that leads to drug addiction or prostitution, or sadly, human trafficking. They are not the same. This then leads to desperation that leads to crime, and then to a false belief in a family, which for me was my gang. When you see the news flash about another young life being taken, understand there's more to the story behind the headlines. It is this reason. This is what I focused on before my accident. I had dedicated my whole life to this subject because it is necessary to avoid genocide in these urban and rural areas. That's correct. Poor white children are struggling. Not killing each other as often as urban areas, but in other ways like suicide. I understand these individuals because I walked in their shoes. They have lost faith in preachers, rabbis, imams, religion as a whole. Law enforcement scares them and parents have failed them, so you need a credible source to show them another way. So I ask, even though my story involving your former mayor and Commissioner Sherman is a tragic example of betrayal, I ask members of this community to please continue to reach out to youth, especially at-risk ones. Going to the foster homes, orphanages, homeless shelters, juvenile facilities, or wherever you can make a contact with these lost souls and give them a, quote, hand up, not just a handout, end quote. Returning citizens. Many leave prison with no directions. Many end up back in prison because of that reality. Thank God I have never been to prison, but I know many who have, and I see their struggles, which brings me to my last point. Free legal aid is very necessary. I'm not speaking out about someone speaking to you for a few minutes and hanging up. No, I mean pro bono work where there's an in-depth legal analysis and then action. Many in this community can provide that, and I ask that you do it if possible, because once these at-risk youth lose faith, sadly, their freedom follows. But if they had some guidance, maybe that path would cease to exist. Thank you for your time. Corey, quote, King, end quote, Holland Senior, sent from my iPad.
Thank you, Mr. Jarrett. Okay. Mr. Gibbs, did you have your hand risen? Did I miss it? I was confused if you were raising your hand or not. No, Commissioner Sherman, you have your hand? Where's Commissioner Sherman?
Mayor?
Yeah, Commissioner Baller?
I'm frozen here.
Oh, he's frozen.
Oh.
I thought maybe he left because he wanted to be very strict about a 10 o'clock ending. And it's now 10:10. And so I wonder if we need to at least respect ourselves. We had, I believe 10 o'clock was the time we had set. And so I'm frozen now. I don't know if you can hear me. Can you?
Fine.
Okay. So I don't know if anybody else, but I'll make a motion that we can continue the meeting for 15 more minutes.
Second.
We lost Commissioner Sherman, I think, but excuse me, let's do the roll call on the motion, please, to extend the meeting for an extra 15 minutes or so. Yeah, Alex, you're muted.
Commissioner Baylor,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Long,
Yes.
Commissioner Hoff,
Yes.
Commissioner Host,
Yes.
Commissioner Nikita,
Yes.
Commissioner Sherman,
Yes.
Mayor Boutros.
Yes, thanks. Commissioner Sherman, did you want to say anything?
I actually would like to respond. I just have a very short statement here. I would note that Mr. Holland indicated he's never been incarcerated. That's not true. He has been, at least twice that I know of. But the statement is as follows. Throughout the past 8 years, I've had countless interactions with Mr. Holland as he was a tenant in one of our rental properties. In 2019, after 6 years of the rental relationship, and after numerous efforts to help Mr. Holland, including buying him food when he didn't have money to put food in his refrigerator and feed his dog, or to pay his rent, or to pay for the water, we had to evict him for failure to pay his rent for a number of years, and his lease had ended. The documents I provided, along with Mr. Holland's own words, clearly illustrate the frivolity of his allegations. They're patently false and have already been proven so multiple times in court. So this is something that is 15 months old, and he's just looking for another shot since he's lost everywhere he's gone.
Thank you for your statement and comment, Commissioner Sherman. Okay, with that, we move on to reports. Commissioner reports, we have a notice to appoint Architectural Review Committee, Housing Board of Appeals, and Brownfield Redevelopment Authority. Item B under reports, Commissioner comments. Any comments before we make another motion to extend? We have only 10 minutes left. Okay, no comments. Advisory reports, committees, commission reports and agendas, legislation, city staff. We have a second quarter financial report, second quarter investment report, and 2020 Police Department annual report. With that, thank you for being almost efficient, almost done at 10. And with that, I'd like to adjourn and say have a good evening, everyone. Meeting adjourned.